So first we'll start with agriculture. Although this subject, you have to understood that this subject, economy, is different from some other subjects, or you can say different from your history, polity. So there you have more factual information than conceptual. Here more conceptual than factual. Okay. So if you understood the concepts, you will understand the logic behind the schemes also. Okay. So be ready and stay connected. So ultimately now I am going to start with agriculture. Now when you see agriculture, so agriculture is a broad topic. Okay, like it is covered in other subjects also, like geography, economy, science and tech, and your environment. So first of all, you must know the demarcation that with respect to economy, where we have to stick. Like for example, in economy, we talk about certain parameters or certain dimensions. So my focus is only on that. So for example, just I give you the dimensions of other topic. Like in geography, you study about, you can say, crop and cropping pattern. Okay, crop, like in economy also we have a crop and cropping pattern, but in geography you study about where this crop has to be grown. Okay, so for example, rice, for cultivation of rice, what climate temperature you need, that is a part of geography. Now due to cultivation of rice, if there is any environmental issues, like rice cultivation is responsible for greenhouse gas emission, that is a part of environment. Similarly, if there is any new rice variety, that is a part of science and tech. So here our focus will be on economy portion only. Now when I see agriculture for economy part, so you have to understood, or you can say I divide this topic agriculture in 4 parts. Number 1 is input. So when I say input, so it means to practice agriculture, what resources you need. Okay, to practice agriculture, what resources you need. So we are going to talk about that. Okay, so ultimately to practice agriculture, what farmer needs, first of all is finance. Okay, so we are going to talk about that, steps taken by the government with respect to this sector. Means how government is ensuring that farmer must have enough money for practicing, you can say, agriculture. Number 1, finance, or you can say credit. So for example, I'll just give you example also. Like here we are going to talk about schemes like Kisan credit card. Okay, plus other schemes are also there. Second, if you see, another important input that farmer needs, you can say seed. Okay, so automatically if you see, I can relate these topics with your, you can say, previous year questions also. Like once UPSC asked one question with respect to finance, like they ask a question in finance, which of the following entities are responsible for providing credit to the farmers. So their option are given: scheduled commercial bank, RRBs, cooperative banks, and you have to identify. So ultimately the answer is scheduled commercial banks. Clear? So ultimately they used to ask such questions. Clear? So ultimately I can relate your topics so that you will understand the relevance of these topics for your exam. Similarly, seed. When I talk about seed, once UPSC has asked a question with respect to seed replacement ratio. Okay, so ultimately once they ask a question on credit, that is which bank is giving more credit? Is it scheduled commercial bank? Okay, is it, you can say, is it scheduled commercial bank? Is it cooperative bank? Or is it any other bank? RRB, regional rural bank. So you must know about that. Similarly, with respect to seed, they ask a question: seed replacement ratio. Okay, so it is very important that you must know the relevance कि कौन से areas से question आते हैं. Okay, कौन से areas से question आते हैं. That is why it is the first task that I am going to do for you. Okay, clear? Number three, they used to ask a question on fertilizers. Okay, so automatically if you see the previous year question, they have asked a question like on soil health card. Okay, urea, or you can say neem coated urea. So they have asked question on those things. Okay, fertilizers. Clear? So ultimately you will see that they have asked question on soil health card. neem coated urea, etc. So all these are part of your economy only. Okay. Next, if you see, they ask question on horticulture. So ultimately right now government is focusing on horticulture also, and if you see this year budget also, government has emphasized on horticulture. Okay, so you can say this is the input part. Okay, so just giving you reference. Next, if you see, next is you can say marketing. Now once using various inputs, farmer no doubt is going to come out with some outcome like agriculture produce. Now ultimate next task of the farmer is to sell it. So ultimately next comes marketing. So when we talk about marketing, so there we'll talk about APMC. There we will talk about MSP. So these are the things. Okay, and you know that already they have asked a question on MSP. Okay, plus other schemes also like PM Asha. Okay, so this is what is about marketing. Okay, next if you see, this is a second pillar. Third pillar, now you know that whatever agriculture produce is there, government also procure them for its various poverty related schemes like PDS. So this is the third. So you can say government procurement of food grains for poverty related schemes. So although I am giving you just some examples, so when we'll do in detail, so you will better understand what topics are to be covered. Okay, so this is just introduction I am giving you. Okay, PDS. Okay, next and the last fourth pillar is food processing. Food processing. So here the important one is mega food parks. Mega food parks. So if you see every year 2 to 3 questions are from agriculture. Okay, and you will find that these questions are related to your economy only. Okay, so ultimately we are going to first start agriculture so that this lecture help you to solve 2 questions from agriculture topic. Okay, so we'll start first with finance. Okay, we'll start first with finance. Clear? So now again I'll say you please concentrate and make your notes. Okay, so that you can revise it just before your exam also, and your every doubt will get resolved. But first you listen it carefully. Okay, and I'll give you a time also to ask your doubt. But my humble request that whatever topic I am covering, I want that you ask doubt related to that only. Okay, no doubt if you have another doubt also, that will be covered in some different topic, but it is definitely covered. Clear? Now, okay. Okay. See, some are saying, see, please, you have to coordinate with my speed. So I am seeing some of your doubt that board is not visible. Whatever topic I am covering. Okay. So board is not visible and all those things. So I understand. So I have requested the technical team. Okay. Okay. Now we'll talk about first finance, or you can say credit part. Now when I am talking about credit part, if you see, for every business economic activity, either it is farming or it is a company, finance is very important. Without finance, you cannot plan anything. Same is for the farmer. So if you want to practice agriculture, finance is first and foremost thing. Okay. Example, you want to plan or you want to go somewhere, you want money first. Okay, so how great plan you make, but if you don't have money, you cannot do anything. But if you see in the case of farmer, the average income of a farmer family is, you can say, around 7,000 to 8,000 per month. Okay, so you can write the average income is 7,000 to 8,000 per month. So this is the average income of a farmer's family. Okay, clear? So this is the average income I am talking about. So when I am talking about average income, I am taking pan India level. But if you go to states like Bihar, there you will find that farmers are even earning less than this, 2,000, 3,000 per month. But if you go to a state like Haryana, Punjab, there they are earning more than 19,000, 20,000 per month. Okay, so we are taking average. So average is somewhere around here. Clear? Now this government, or you can say current government or Modi government, has talked about doubling of farmer income. Okay, has talked about doubling of farmer income. Okay, and for that they have set up one committee under the chairmanship of Ashok Dalwai. Okay, or you can say Ashok Dalwai committee. So please, this is your second prelims question. Ashok Dalwai committee is for what? Doubling of farmer income. Okay, Ashok Dalwai committee. So this committee they set up in 2018, and the committee has given its its recommendation, and ultimately government has also set a target to double the farmers income. So basically to double this income. Okay, to double this farmers income, and that is why 2022 now government has further extended the target. Okay, so ultimately you have to remember this Ashok Dalwai committee. So this is your prelims question. Okay, now next, if you see last year also government has set up one task force under the chairmanship of Sanjay Agarwal committee or Sanjay Agarwal task force. Sanjay Agarwal task force. Now ultimately this Sanjay Agarwal task force has been given a task to recommend government with respect to crop diversification, and MSP, minimum support price. Okay, so you have to remember these two committee. One is Ashok Dalwai committee, and second is Sanjay Agarwal task force. Now ultimately when you talk about crop diversification, that is also responsible for increasing the income of the farmer. Okay, now how? Now if suppose this is a piece of land and you are a farmer and you are cultivating rice. So for example, you are cultivating, you can say 100 kg rice from this, just taking one hypothetical number, 100 kg rice from this piece of land. Now you know the price of the rice is for example 50 rupees kg. So it means how much farmer earned? 5,000 rupees from this cultivation. But if suppose instead of rice he has cultivated mushroom or any other fruits and vegetable. So for example take mushroom. Okay, now in mushroom, if suppose again mushroom he has cultivated 100 kg mushroom, 100 kg mushroom, and now you know that the price of mushroom is around 200 rupees kg in the market. So you purchase that box of mushroom from, you can say, a vegetable vendor or any supermarket. So there you find that in blue color box some mushrooms are there. So that packing is of 200 grams and that box is around 40-50 rupees. So ultimately 200 rupees per kg. Okay, so ultimately when you are growing this, so it means as a farmer you are now having a more income. Okay, more income, and ultimately GDP will also increase. So that is why this committee has been given a task of crop diversification. Although the recommendation of committee has to come now. Okay, but this is what you have to understood. Now moving further. So these are the two important facts that you have to remember, because you have seen the previous year question. UPSC used to ask the name of the committees. So they will give you committee on one side, on other side they will ask you what is its mandate. Okay, so you have to remember Ashok Dalwai committee mandate is doubling the farmer income. So they have given some recommendations, and in that one of the recommendation is they also has focused on that we have to focus on crop diversification. Along with crop diversification, we have to focus on food processing sector also, so that we can boost the export of India. Okay, and whenever export will increase, so ultimately farmer income will also increase. Clear? Similarly, Sanjay Agarwal committee has been formed last year, and that has been given a mandate. Last year means 2022, and that has been given a mandate to, okay, that has been given a mandate to give recommendation with respect to crop diversification and MSP. Okay, so no doubt we are going to talk about MSP also. Okay, don't worry about it. Now moving further, although if you see that government has also released some schemes for, you can say, credit. Like for example, number one, government has come out with a scheme like Kisan credit card. Okay, Kisan credit card. So this is the important scheme of government of India, and you can say this is very, very important. So I expect that this year government can ask a question from this scheme. Number two, government has also come out with interest subvention scheme. Interest subvention scheme for agriculture. Okay, so government has come out with interest subvention scheme also for the agriculture sector. This is the second scheme. Third, see, we are talking only about credit. That is one of the important input for farming. Okay, once we'll complete this, then we'll shift to fertilizer and seed sector. Don't worry about it. Okay, second, so please understand, we are talking only about credit right now. Okay, second, interest subvention scheme. Third, you have heard a very famous scheme, that is PM Kisan. PM Kisan. So I know you know about that. Under this scheme, government is giving 6,000 rupees. Okay, 6,000 rupees. Fourth, there is a scheme known as PM Mandhan. Okay, there is a scheme known as PM Mandhan. PM Mandhan Yojana. Okay, so these are the four important schemes where the objective of the government is to provide credit. Okay, so if you see the objective of these schemes, is to provide credit to government or to farmers. So we are going to talk about these schemes one by one. So first we are going to talk about Kisan credit card scheme. Okay, so if you see Kisan credit card scheme, so this Kisan credit card, so ultimately you have to understood the basic points in this scheme. So don't try to mug up, because I know that once you mug up, so if I ask you tomorrow, you will say we forget. So I want whatever I am covering, maximum lecture must be in your mind, or you can say at least 60% you retain in class itself. Okay, so please listen it carefully. Now, before I tell you what are the features of this scheme, so you also used to take a credit card. Okay, so when you take a credit card, no doubt, using that credit card, you can take loan from the bank, but mostly that loan is of short term nature. Means you have to whatever money you have taken this month using your credit card, you have to return it by next month. Okay, same in case of farmer, but there is a difference. So as you use credit card in a month, so you have to return that money next month. So अगर मैं simply बोलूं कि अगर मैंने अपना credit card use किया इस महीने में, तो मेरे को अगले महीने उसकी payment करनी पड़ेगी. Okay, but in case of farmer, it is not like that. Clear? In case of farmer, it is not like that. So first of all, you have to understood how this credit card is working. So basically this scheme was launched in 1998, where banks used to give loan loan to the farmers, okay, loan to the farmers for what purpose? That is to purchase farm inputs. So this is what is the intention of the scheme in 1998. So in 1998, Government of India introduced a concept of Kisan Credit Card where banks are allowed to give loans to the farmer so that they can purchase farm inputs. So it means if any farmer is having credit card that time period, that is Kisan Credit Card, so they can take loans from the banks, and that loan must be utilized only for one purpose, that is to purchase farm inputs. So if I am a farmer, so it means using that loan I can purchase farm inputs like seed, fertilizers, pesticides, etc. Okay, but in 2004, government made changes in this scheme, and they said that using Kisan Credit Card, farmer can take a loan for both farm inputs as well as for non-farm purpose. Okay, for non-farm purpose. So ultimately, see how reforms has been made. Clear? So ultimately, if you see earlier, initially when this scheme was introduced, so you can say loan can be given only for one purpose, farm input. But in 2004, this scheme was revised, and now loan can be used for both farm inputs as well as non-farm purpose. So this is your prelims question. Ki through Kisan Credit Card, farmer can take loan. Through Kisan Credit Card, farmer can take loan for which purpose? So this is what you have to remember. Okay. Now coming to third part of this scheme. Now here what you have to remember. So I am using a word banks. So in 2020, we have further revised this scheme. In 2020, this scheme was further revised. So when I am saying it was further revised, what does it mean? So Modi government has revised this scheme. So first of all, what is the revision? Like earlier Kisan Credit Card was issued by scheduled commercial bank and regional rural banks, but now it is issued by scheduled commercial banks, regional rural banks, as well as small finance bank. But remember, payment banks are not. Why? Because when we will do payment bank today, so there we will study that payment banks are not allowed to give loans. Okay, so it means they cannot issue credit card, not even Kisan Credit Card. Clear? So ultimately, which banks are allowed to give Kisan Credit Card? So ultimately, this is your second question of prelims. Scheduled commercial banks. Okay, scheduled commercial banks, regional rural banks, and number 3, small finance bank. So I hope you are able to remember these facts. Okay, payment bank is not allowed. Payment bank is not allowed. So I am repeating again and again, payment bank is not allowed. Okay. Okay, so this is the thing. See, whatever doubts are coming, let me complete this Kisan Credit Card. So like some students are writing collateral is needed or not needed. So I'll tell you, don't worry about it. Okay, so ultimately these are the banks are allowed to give your Kisan Credit Card. Now when it comes to farmer, or you can say who can take this facility, so it can be taken by small and marginal farmer, as well as if you see, if there is a tenant farmer also, means if I am a farmer and I does not have a land, or I am landless farmer. So it means I have taken land on rent and then I am practicing. So in that case, I am also allowed to take the benefit of Kisan credit card. So this is the second thing that you have to remember. Third, if there is any self-help group with respect to farmers, they are also allowed to take. But in 2020, Modi government added to another beneficiaries, that is, if any farmer is practicing fisheries, they are also allowed to take loan. So this is what you have to remember. As well as any farmer practicing animal husbandry, they are also allowed to take loan. Or you can say they are also allowed to take, you can say the benefit of you can say this Kisan credit card. So these are the beneficiaries. So this is your third question that can be framed in Kisan credit card. So second, which banks are allowed to take? So this is what you have to remember. Third is this. Clear? Now coming forward, if I talk about to what limit they can take a loan, so they can take a loan up to a limit of 1.6 lakh. So you can say 1,60,000. Okay. To what limit they can take a loan? So they can take up to 1.6 lakh. So earlier it was 1 lakh. Earlier it was 1 lakh. This is what you have to remember. And whatever they are taking, that is collateral free. Okay, so means no collateral has to be given. Okay, no collateral has to be given. So collateral means that something you pledge. Okay, that's something you pledge. So nothing has to be given. Okay, so जिसको आप बोलते हो कि कुछ सामान गिरवी रख दो, तो आपको ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं रखना. Clear? So this is what you have to remember. Okay. So ultimately, if you see, right now the loan can be given for farm input, that is to purchase farm input, as well as for your non-farm purpose. So if suppose farmer has some, you can say, personal use of that money, they can use. Okay, so for example, if there is any marriage in the family, so using Kisan credit card, they can raise a loan, but the maximum is 1.6 lakhs. Okay, and they can use it for non-farming purpose. Now, yes, cooperatives are also allowed. So some students are writing. Okay. Now, ultimately, if you see, for farm purpose you can use, or you can say to purchase inputs, you can use this money. Even if there is any post-harvest expenses. Post-harvest expenses means, if suppose farmer, whatever product he has produced, he want to carry that product to the mandi, so means transportation. He want to store it, so means storage. So they are post-harvest expenses. So that farm, you can say loan can be taken for that also. Post-harvest expenses. Third, if you see, that loan can be taken for produce marketing loans. So can anyone tell me what is produce marketing loan without using any Google? So today is Civil Service Day. So you have to prove that yes, you will become, you can say, bureaucrat. Okay, so please concentrate. Okay, so can anyone tell me what is produce marketing loan? So produce marketing loan is nothing, but sometimes what happened, farmer used to sell its product less than the market price. So that is called distress sale. Okay, distress sale means कम में बेच दिया, तो उसके लिए भी आप लोन ले सकते हो कि मैंने इस साल कम में बेचा, तो जो गैप है उसके लिए मैं लोन लेना चाहता हूं, तो किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड से आपको उसके लिए भी मिलेगा. बिकॉज आप जब भी बैंक में जाते हो लोन लेने के लिए, तो बैंक आपसे पहले पर्पस पूछता है, व्हाई यू वांट लोन और व्हाट इज द पर्पस फॉर टेकिंग अ लोन. So ultimately, if suppose I will say that my product has been sold at less price, so ultimately I have a gap, so I want to take loan for that, so you can take loan for that also. Clear? So this is what you have to remember. And finally, Last is working and investment capital. Okay, working and you can say investment capital. So ultimately you want to purchase any machines and all those like farm mechanization. So you can take for these purpose. So this is about your Kisan credit card. Okay. Now we move to next. So if you have any doubt in Kisan credit card, so please post. Otherwise I will proceed. Okay. Don't worry if you listen, I will not, or you can say आपको कोई doubt आएगा ही नहीं. Tension मत करो उस चीज की. Because it was covered in such a way कि अगर आपको doubt आएगा तो वो with time over हो जाएगा. और I have organized a lecture in such a way कि automatically आपके doubts resolve होने शुरू हो जाएंगे. Timing matter करता है कि शायद अभी ना हो, 10 मिनट बाद हो या 1 घंटे बाद हो जाएगा लेकिन वो. But you have to listen it. Now one student is asking NABARD. See, NABARD is basically the role of NABARD, although we'll do NABARD also when we'll do the banking chapter. So if you are asking the role of NABARD, so when it comes to issuing Kisan credit card from RRBs, so NABARD has a role that time. Okay, because RRBs are regulated by you can say NABARD only. Okay, NABARD only. So this is what you have to remember. Okay. Now students are asking, sir, KC, see I have mentioned investment credit. So definitely you can use a tractor also. Okay. But there is a loan limit that you can take loan up to 1.6 lakh even when you pay your credit bills. Okay. When you pay your credit bills, so ultimately there is a processing fee. So ultimately here you will find no processing fee. Here you will find no processing fee. So this is what you have to remember. Clear? Clear? Okay, so one student is writing, could you please explain TB? I am not understanding what is TB you are talking about. Okay. Clear? So although this scheme focuses on small and marginal farmer mostly, but it does not mean that it exclude large farmers. So small and marginal farmers are those farmers which are practicing agriculture on a land less than 4 hectares. Clear? Self-help group farmer means that when farmers, when group of farmers form a group, that is self-help group. Okay. Now come to second scheme, interest subvention scheme. Okay, interest subvention scheme. Now immediately if you see that in this Kisan credit card, those who are beneficiary, like Modi government has added some more features also, like those who apply for Kisan credit card, they will also get the debit card. Ultimately, if you see in a broader way, Kisan credit card not only providing credit to the farmer, it is also ensuring financial inclusion. Okay, so when you talk about financial inclusion, we used to see 3 things. Okay, we used to see three things, and you can say triple A. Okay, that is first of all accessibility, availability and affordability. Okay, so ultimately you are seeing these 3 things. So having mere bank account or having mere credit card does not mean that you are financially included. So ultimately if I have a credit card, I am not able to use it. Why? Because interest rate is very high. Okay, so ultimately you can say the purpose of Kisan credit card will get failed. Okay, similarly if you see, Modi government has added another feature. Those who apply for Kisan credit card, they will get RuPay ATM card also. Okay, they will get RuPay ATM card also. Number 1. Okay, number 1, they will get RuPay ATM card also. Number 1. Number 2, like for our ATM card, there are limits that you can withdraw money up to this limit in a month. But in case of Kisan credit card, if you apply Kisan credit card, then you get a complimentary RuPay ATM card which is designed by NPCI, National Payment Corporation of India Limited, and there are no withdrawal limits. There are no withdrawal limits. Clear? Clear? So this is what you have to understood. Now some of you are asking about that when this money has to be returned. So when we'll do our second scheme, that is interest subvention scheme, that works in combination with Kisan credit card. Okay. Now we are coming to Kisan second part, interest subvention scheme. Okay, so we are going to now talk about interest subvention scheme. So in interest subvention scheme, basically interest subvention scheme, first of all you have to understand we have two types of crops. One is short term crop, means which is grown in, you can say, cropping season. Okay, another is long term crop like plantation crop which need years to grow. So we are talking about short term crop here. So we have two types of crop, short term crop and long term crop. Okay, so crop which can be cultivated in 3-4 months, okay, or less than 1 year. Long term which needs years, for example your tea, coffee, etc. Now here we are talking about, when we are talking about interest subvention scheme, loan will be given only for short term crop. Okay, so ultimately this scheme will give loan facility only for short term crop. Okay, so this is your first prelims question that you have to remember. If scheme comes, this scheme comes with respect to agriculture, number one. Okay, so loan will be given only for short term crop. And whenever you are taking loan, okay, so for example you go to a bank, and in bank the rate of interest is 8%. So whatever amount you took, so the rate of interest is, for example, 8%. So government says that we will give you 2% subsidy from our side. Means for farmers, if farmer is taking loan, for short term, so it means if the rate of interest is 8%, so government will intervene and says the bank that you will give a loan to the farmer at 6%. Okay, if the rate of interest is 8% normally in a bank, so government will intervene. So it means government says that you will give a, you can say, subsidy of 2%. That is what interest subvention scheme. So again, this is another way to ensure that farmer can access banks with respect to taking loan for the agriculture purpose. Clear? So ultimately 6%. Now it does not mean that banks will be in loss. So 2% rate of interest will be given by, you can say 2% will be given by the government to the banks. Okay, that is why they are offering 6%. Now ultimately if farmer pays the interest on time, okay, if farmer pays the interest on time, then ultimately again farmer will get another benefit, that is 3%. Okay, so you can understand in this way. Suppose I am a farmer, or suppose yourself as a farmer, you go to a bank for a loan, and that is loan for short term crop. That is loan for short term crop. Okay, short term crop. And if suppose bank rate of interest is 8%, okay, 8%. So government will intervene that to the farmer, if he is taking loan for this short term crop, you will give loan at 6%. So banks will say, who will compensate us? So government says, I will give it to you. So government will give a 2% to the banks. So ultimately banks will give 6%. Now if farmer repay the loan, okay, if farmer repay the loan on time, although there is no limit, okay, although there is no limit. So normally it is short term. So loan repayment is within 1 year. Okay, short term crop. So loan repayment is within 1 year. So if farmer repay the loan on time means in 1 year itself. Okay, then farmer will get another benefit. So it's 6% loan that he has taken, that will further get a benefit of 3%, means further 3% subsidy. तो पहले 2% की सब्सिडी मिल रही है, उसके बाद 3% की मिल रही है, but it is on condition, means timely repayment of loan. So ultimately जो 8% का लोन है फार्मर को 3% का पड़ जाएगा. क्लियर? अगर वो टाइमली रीपे कर रहा है. क्लियर? तो दिस इज फॉर एवरी फार्मर. तो देयर इज नो कंडीशन, बट हियर इट इज अ कंडीशन दैट टाइमली रीपेमेंट. So this is what you have to remember again. Clear? Now moving further. If you see here farmer can take a loan for up to 3 lakhs only. Up to 3 lakhs. So this is the maximum limit they have given, up to 3 lakh, and whatever loan they have taken, they have to return in 1 year. Okay, so maximum time period is 1 year. Okay, or you can say 2 cropping season, Kharif and Rabi. So cropping season is of 3, 4, 5 months. Okay, so 1 year, and maximum loan that he can take is 3 lakhs. Clear? So ultimately this is what you have to remember. Clear? Okay, so this is what you have to remember. So this is called interest subvention scheme. So अगर आप देखोगे इस स्कीम को किसान क्रेडिट के साथ लिंक करके देखोगे तो एक तरह से ये जो सारी स्कीम्स हैं ये लिंक में काम कर रही है. अभी जो हम नेक्स्ट स्कीम करने वाले हैं पीएम किसान, ओके, वो भी इसके साथ कनेक्शन में काम कर रही है. तो आपको ये स्कीम्स अलग से नहीं देखनी है, ये स्कीम सारी कनेक्टेड है. तो अल्टीमेटली अगर मैं फार्मर हूं एंड आई नीड अ लोन, ओके, एंड आई नीड अ लोन अप टू 3 lakhs, सो आई विल गेट बेनिफिट अंडर इंटरेस्ट सबवेंशन स्कीम ऑल्सो. सो अब ऐसा नहीं है कि किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड के अंदर मेरे को जो लोन देना है, रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट देना है, वो ज्यादा देना होगा. तो अल्टीमेटली इफ आई एम फुलफिलिंग दिस कंडीशन, ओके, इफ आई एम फुलफिलिंग दिस कंडीशन दैट आई एम टेकिंग लोन फॉर शॉर्ट टर्म क्रॉप्स. तो अगर सपोज कर लो मैं राइस वीट कल्टीवेट कर रहा हूं, जो इंडिया में ज्यादातर फार्मर्स करते हैं, तो अगर मैं राइस एंड वीट आई एम कल्टीवेटिंग, ओके, सो अब मेरे को क्या करना है, इसमें आप ये देखोगे कि वट एवर आई एम कल्टीवेटिंग, ओके, सो आप यहां पर देखोगे कि अगर मेरे को लोन चाहिए उसके लिए, तो आई कैन गेट अप टू 3 lakhs अंडर इंटरेस्ट सबवेंशन ऑल्सो. सो आई विल सी दीज स्कीम्स टुगेदर. क्लियर? नाउ कम टू नेक्स्ट, पीएम किसान. ओके, सो इफ एनी डाउट यू कैन आस्क. ओके, तो अगर आप देखोगे इसमें पहले 2% की सब्सिडी मिल रही है. कौन दे रहा है? सरकार दे रही है, भारत सरकार. फिर 3% की मिल रही है. कौन दे रही है? भारत सरकार दे रही है, बट कंडीशन पे देगी. तो अगर आप देखोगे टाइमली रीपेमेंट इज द कंडीशन. तो जो भी हमारा लोन एग्रीमेंट हुआ है उसके ऊपर कितना मिलेगा? अप टू 3 lakhs, एंड दैट इज फॉर 1 year. क्लियर? सो एनी डाउट यू कैन आस्क. So some students are getting confused, sir 3% इंटरेस्ट मिलेगा या माइनस होगा? माइनस होगा 3%. ओके, okay, so this is what you have to understood. Clear? Now come to next, प्रधानमंत्री किसान योजना. So प्रधानमंत्री किसान योजना means you can say कृषि सम्मान निधि. Okay, so प्रधानमंत्री किसान stand for कृषि सम्मान निधि. Okay, so KI stands for कृषि, SA stands for सम्मान, and N stands for निधि. Okay, तो कृषि सम्मान निधि. Okay, now you know that. Now first of all I link this scheme with your Kisan credit card. Now you know that here farmer is getting rupees 6,000 per year, or you can say per financial year. Okay, so this is what you have to first understand. And whatever farmer is getting, they are giving this rupees 6,000 in 3 installments. Okay, 2,000 you can say in every 4 months. Okay, so there will be 3 installments, that is 2,000 rupees after every 4 months. Okay, so ultimately this is what you have to remember. Now if you see the objective of this scheme, so in the beginning I told you that that average income of the farmer family is 7,000 to 8,000. So this is what he is earning by working on agricultural fields. Okay, by working on agricultural fields. So now government is giving additional funds. Okay, government is giving additional funds 6,000 rupees, so that this additional they are giving through PM Kisan. That is Krishi Samman Nidhi, that will become a additional income support. Okay, additional income support. So here I want to counter some students, because I have seen that when I take class, some students say, sir, 6,000 is very less. No doubt it is less, but it is not the income, it is the additional income support that is given in the form of grants. तो एक तरह से भारत सरकार ये फ्री में दे रही है, ओके, किसान को, और एडिशनल इनकम सपोर्ट, ताकि फार्मर की जो एवरेज इनकम है कुछ इंप्रूव हो. ओके, एवरेज इनकम है वो आपकी इंप्रूव हो. सो दैट इज व्हाट गवर्नमेंट इज गिविंग. क्लियर? नाउ दिस इज गिवन इन 3 installments. Okay, this is given in 3 installments, that is 2,000 after every 4 months. So this is what you have to remember. Okay, now this is given only to those farmers which are having land, or you can say which are holding lands. So when I am saying those farmers which are holding lands, it means it exclude tenant farmers. Okay, so ultimately this 6,000 will be given only to those farmers which are having land. Okay, or they are having, you can say, land holdings. Okay, so ultimately this is the logic point. If in prelims they ask you, so there they can bring you in trap. Okay, ki it is given to all the farmers including tenant farmers. So your answer will be no. It is given only to those farmers which are holding lands. Okay, number 1. Number 2, initially when this scheme was introduced, so that time, so if you see, when this scheme was introduced, so that time our focus was only on small and marginal farmers. But now they said it is for all types of farmers. Okay, small, marginal, medium, semi medium and large farmers. Okay, तो आपको बता देता हूं, हमारे पास 5 तरह के फार्मर्स हैं जिनके पास लैंड होल्डिंग होती है. तो फर्स्ट इज मार्जिनल फार्मर, सेकंड स्मॉल फार्मर, थर्ड मीडियम फार्मर, semi medium farmer and large farmer. So ultimately these farmers are classified on the basis of land holdings. So if you see small farmers, marginal farmers, these are those farmers who are practicing agriculture on a land less than 2 hectares. Clear? Small are those who are practicing agriculture on a land around 2 to 4 hectares. Medium farmers, those who are practicing on a land around 4 hectares to, you can say, 6 hectares. And here semi medium, those who are practicing 6 hectares to 10 hectares. Okay, and large farmers, those who are practicing on a land more than 10 hectares. So ultimately we classify farmers on the basis of land holdings, and if you see that initially PM Kisan was for these two types of farmer, but currently this scheme is for all the types of farmer. Okay, so means any farmer irrespective of land holding. Okay, so don't get confused. तो अगर आप गूगल करोगे, गूगल पे पुराना डेटा भी मिलता है, okay, कि small and marginal, but now it is given to all. This is what you have to remember, number one. Number two, we are not taking into consideration, or you can say tenant farmers are not included. So this is another question where they can confuse you. So you have to be ready with that. Clear? Apart from this, there are some other types of farmer also which are not given benefit under PM Kisan. For example, if there is any person, okay, and that person is working in any government job and he is having land also. So ultimately we call them high economic status farmer. Okay, or you can say farmer if he is paying income tax. Okay, plus farmer or a person holding constitutional post and he is having land, so that person is also not eligible for PM Kisan. तो उसको भी ये 6,000 रुपए नहीं मिलेंगे. So this is what you have to remember. Clear? Clear? So ultimately this is what you have to remember. Okay? Okay. और जितने भी PM Kisan के beneficiaries है, okay, means these 5 types, except tenant farmers, or you can say farmers of high economic status. So I told you what are farmers of high economic status. Means those who are holding any government job, paying any income tax. So they are farmers of high economic status. So if suppose there is any minister, or tomorrow you become IAS officer and you have land also, so you are not eligible for PM Kisan. Okay, irrespective of land holding that you have. Clear? So this is what you have to remember. Okay. So please remember these things in class itself. So I hope things are going inside your mind. If it is not going, then you can again tell me. Okay. So we'll find out some other way for you. Okay. So ultimately, so these are the things that you have to remember with respect to, you can say, PM Kisan. Now those farmers, so as I told you, I related with PM Kisan, those who are the beneficiaries under PM Kisan, they will automatically get Kisan credit card. So this is a feature that you have to remember with respect to this thing. Clear? 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 तो ये आपके कुछ फीचर्स हैं. क्लियर? सो ये आपके कुछ फीचर्स हैं जो आपको पीएम किसान के याद रखने हैं. अब ये बेसिकली स्कीम वर्क कैसे कर रही है. अगर मैं फार्मर हूं, ओके, और मुझे बेनिफिट लेना है इसका, इफ आई वांट टू टेक द बेनिफिट, आई कैन टेक द बेनिफिट. कैसे कि एज अ फार्मर आई हैव टू डू सेल्फ रजिस्ट्रेशन. Okay, self-registration with common service centers. Now, once I do the self-registration, state government will verify it, and if they allow me, after verification, if they allow me, then I am eligible for this scheme. Okay, and to track that you are eligible or not, Government of India has launched PM Kisan app. PM Kisan app. So ultimately, if you are a farmer, you can, and you are not excluded. So you can download this PM Kisan app. In PM Kisan app, you can go for registration also. Okay. So आप वहां पर जाके self registration करोगे. Whatever documents are needed, you have to upload it. Okay. Government will verify it. State government will verify it. And after verification, they will give you approval, and automatically you can track that now you become a part of PM Kisan scheme or beneficiary under PM Kisan scheme. And automatically this 6,000 will come to your bank account. So it is not like that you have to go to some offices. Okay, so this scheme is working in this way. So ultimately, without going to any office, okay, you will, or directly money will be coming to your bank account. So here they are using the benefit of direct benefit transfer. Okay, direct benefit transfer. That is why Modi government introduced Jan Dhan Yojana in the beginning itself. So when they came in 2014-15, so they came out with Jan Dhan Yojana, where every person must have a bank account. So that whatever such initiatives are there, for example PM Kisan, so we can directly give money into that bank account. Clear? So this is what you have to remember. See, all the things whatever government has done in last 7-8 years, they have connection. Now come to last, Pradhan Mantri Kisan Mandhan Yojana, and then we'll shift to fertilizer and seed sector. Mandhan Yojana. Can anyone tell me what is this scheme? Can anyone tell me what is the relevance of this scheme? So that meanwhile I'll take water. So there are some doubts also, so I'll see your doubts also. So already I told you किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड के बेनिफिट कौन से फार्मर्स को मिलते हैं, तो मैं बता ही चुका हूं आपको. ऑल टाइप्स ऑफ फार्मर्स आर देयर. ओके, टेनेंट फार्मर्स को भी देते हैं, बट किसान पीएम किसान जो है उसके अंदर सिर्फ और सिर्फ उन्हीं फार्मर्स को मिलेगा जिनका लैंड है. टेनेंट फार्मर्स को नहीं देते. या फिर अगर आपके पास लैंड है और आप किसी गवर्नमेंट जॉब में हो, सरकारी नौकरी, ओके, या फिर आप कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पोस्ट होल्ड करके बैठे हो, या आप इनकम टैक्स देते हो, या आप प्रोफेशनल हो. प्रोफेशनल मींस डॉक्टर हो, सीए हो, ओके, इंजीनियर हो. सो इफ यू हैव एनी प्रोफेशनल कोर्स तो आप इनएलिजिबल हो जाते हो. ओके, तो उनके लिए नहीं है. क्लियर? ओके, तो उनके लिए नहीं है ये. सो दिस इज व्हाट यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड. See, some students are getting confused with income tax. Income tax means the irrespective of any land, agriculture sector does not have income tax, or you can say it is exempted from income tax. So if suppose I am a farmer, apart from agriculture I have some other business also. Okay, so it means I am paying income tax. So ultimately then I become ineligible for this scheme. Okay, अगर हाँ मेरा पूरा का पूरा लाइवलीहुड एग्रीकल्चर ही है, चाहे मेरे पास 20 हेक्टेयर लैंड हो, ओके, बट आई एम नॉट पेइंग एनी इनकम टैक्स, सो आई एम एलिजिबल. क्लियर? तो यहां पर ये चीज आती है, हम इस चीज की बात कर रहे हैं. क्लियर? ओके, नाउ नेक्स्ट, प्रधानमंत्री किसान मनधन योजना. ओके, सो बेसिकली दिस स्कीम इज ओनली फॉर you can say small and marginal farmer where you are getting social security. Okay, so this scheme is basically focusing on, you can say, old age pension scheme for small and marginal farmers. Okay, so now you know who are small and marginal farmers. So if I use this term again and again, so you will not get confused. Small and marginal farmers. Okay, now what are the common features or features of this scheme? Those who want to enroll in this scheme, they must be enroll at the age of 18 to 40. 18 to 40. So if you enroll at this age, you will get a monthly pension, minimum monthly pension of rupees 3,000. Minimum monthly pension of rupees 3,000 per month after the age of, or you can say when you attain the age of 60 years. Okay, so ultimately if you want to take the benefit of this scheme, you have to register yourself with this scheme in this age. So if there is any farmer of this age, in this age group, they can register. And once they register, so government will ensure that when you become, or when you cross the age of 60, we will give you a minimum pension of rupees 3,000 per month. Okay, now why minimum? Because it depends on your contribution. So every month, so suppose at the age of 80 I enrolled, so every month or every year I am giving some money. Okay, every year I am giving some money. Okay, or you can say, for example, in this you are allowed to contribute 55 to 200 rupees maximum per month to Government of India, and that money will go into pension fund. Okay, that money will go into pension fund, and this scheme is, you can say, managed by or run by LIC. LIC. नहीं समझ आया? कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, दोबारा समझाते हैं. Okay. सिंपल है, कीप इट सिंपल. What is the purpose of old age pension? Now you know that farmer whose average income is 7 to 8,000 per month. So you can understand that as farmer become aged, so his capacity to work in agriculture field will also reduce. So ultimately when it will reduce, his income will further reduce. In order to ensure social security, government came with this scheme where they said that if farmer, those who are in the age of 18 to 40, if they enroll for this scheme, they will get minimum pension of 3,000 rupees. So this is minimum amount, minimum pension of 3,000 rupees per month after the age of 60 years. Now this amount they are getting, that is conditional. Conditional means, suppose I enroll at the age of 18, okay, and every month, you can say from the age of 18 till I become 60, okay, so you can say every month I am giving 55 rupees. So it means एक साल में कितना दे रहा हूं मैं? Can anyone tell me? 1 year में कितना दे रहा हूं मैं? Anyone? CSAT? No. Around 660 rupees I am paying. Okay. So around 660 rupees I am paying. Okay. So जितने भी मैं दे रहा हूं, so around 660 rupees I am paying. So this I will pay till the age of 60. So means in the age of 18 years I enrolled, okay, and continuously I am giving for, you can say, another 32 years. So for 32 years I gave 660 rupees. So you can say 32 into 660. So this is the amount I will give it to the government, and this amount will go to pension fund, which is managed by LIC, So if I do this thing, then only I will get minimum this much amount, minimum. So if I contribute more than 55, so my pension will also increase in the future. So that depends. So ultimately government has said how much you can contribute, 55 to 200 only. So in between, if you contribute, accordingly your pension will be this much, but it is minimum 3,000 or more. Clear? It is minimum 3,000 or more. Okay. Now there are certain questions which UPSC used to ask. Okay. Now there are certain questions which UPSC used to ask. For example, if you see, if suppose farmer is alive, no doubt he will get 3,000 rupees. So you can say if suppose farmer is alive till the age of 70, so it means for 10 years he is getting pension. But if suppose something happened to the farmer, then his spouse will get, but his or her spouse will get only 50%. So if suppose I contributed 55 rupees at the age of, or I started at the age of 18, so it means for 32 years I contributed some money. Okay, so it means I am getting this much as a pension. So if something happened to me, my spouse will get 1,500 rupees. So this is the second question. Why I am telling you, if you see in previous year they have asked a question on Atal Pension Yojana, and there was a question related to this only. Okay, so they ask same features. Okay, although there are some other features, we'll talk about that also. Okay, so ultimately you will get 50%. But if suppose something happened to the farmer in the age group only, that is in this age group 18 to 40. So if suppose as a farmer I enrolled at the age of 18 and till the 25 age I have given, and after that something happened to me. Okay, now my spouse can continue. Okay, my spouse can continue with this. Okay, my spouse can continue with this by paying the rest of the amount. जो भी मैं amount दे रहा था वो दे के continue कर सकती है. Okay, फिर उसको पूरी amount मिलेगी at the age of 60. But अगर suppose कर लो किसी farmer की spouse ही नहीं है, तब वो पैसे कहीं नहीं जाएंगे, वो फिर government के हो गए. Okay, फिर government उसको farmer welfare पे ही लगाएगी दोबारा. Clear? तब वो पैसे कहीं नहीं जाएंगे, that will be government. Clear? तब वो government के पैसे ही रहेंगे, तब government किसी को नहीं देगी. क्लियर? तो अल्टीमेटली आपको समझना पड़ेगा कि इसका जो बेनिफिट है सोशल सिक्योरिटी का, उसका बेनिफिट या तो फार्मर ले सकता है या उसकी स्पाउस ले सकती है. क्लियर? तो दीज आर सम ऑफ द फीचर्स दैट यू हैव टू रिमेंबर दैट कैन बी आस्क्ड इन एग्जाम. क्लियर? तो हमारा क्रेडिट पोर्शन खत्म हो गया. तो अगर मैं समराइज करूं 5 मिनट में व्हाट वी हैव कवर्ड. सो इन क्रेडिट as I told you that average income of the farmer family is 7,000 to 8,000. Okay, and government has a task to double it. So we have set up 2 committees also. One is Ashok Dalwai committee. Second is Sanjay Agarwal committee. So please remember in class only. Next, we have seen initiatives taken by the government. Initiatives taken by the government. So if you see the initiatives taken by the government, so we have talked about 4 schemes. One is, you can say, Kisan Credit Card, KCC. We have also talked about interest subvention scheme. We have also talked about PM Kisan, and last is Mandhan. Okay, so you can expect a question from this. Especially if you see, they can ask you a question on these, or you can say committees. So you can say, if you remember the name of the committee, that is you can easily get a marks. Second, you can expect a question from Kisan Credit Card, very, very important. And second, Mandhan Yojana, second important scheme. Because if you see, they have not talked about Mandhan till date, but this scheme remain in use. Okay, so you can expect a question. So remember, again I am telling you, this scheme is for small and marginal farmers only. Small and marginal farmers. So now you know who are small and marginal. Okay, 18 to 40, maximum they can contribute 55 to 200. Okay, so whenever they enroll, so this is what, once they enroll, government ensure them that they will get minimum 3,000 rupees as a pension per month. Okay, after the age of 60. Okay, and if something happened to the, you can say, farmer, so his or her spouse, if something happened after the age of 60, so his or her spouse will get 50% of the pension. So if suppose 3,000 is the pension, 1,500. If suppose something happens to the spouse in the age only, that is before 60, then that scheme can be continued by the spouse itself. So in that case, spouse will get complete amount. Okay. And if something happened to the farmer and there is no spouse, then that money will go to the pension fund. So government will not give that money to anyone. Clear? So this is what you have to remember with respect to this scheme. And this scheme, Mandhan, is managed by LIC, Life Insurance Corporation. So this is what you have to remember. Now we are coming to next part, that is fertilizer and seed part. So if you have any question in this, so I'll give you 1 or 2 minutes, so you can ask. So if you have any doubt, you can ask. If still there is no doubt, you can write no doubt. Okay, very good. Now we'll start with fertilizer sector first. We'll start with fertilizer sector first. Can anyone tell me what are the issues in fertilizer sector? Can anyone tell me what are the issues in fertilizer sector? Okay. I have already told you that KCC is given to all types of farmer, including tenant farmer. Okay. Okay. Now some students are saying, sir, repeat. Although I wish to repeat, but see, I have to cover lot of things. Okay, so that is why I told you in the beginning, please concentrate. Okay, please concentrate, because the more you concentrate, more you will get benefit. Okay, don't worry about it. Okay, so ultimately you have to understand. See, in this exam you have to decode from where UPSC is used to ask a question. So every year there is a question on finance. Okay, finance. So ultimately agriculture credit is important. So if you see, as I told you, one sample also, they have asked a question. So ultimately this year I am expecting either they'll ask you committee or they'll ask you Kisan credit card or PM Kisan Mandhan Yojana. Okay, so chances are that ki you are aware of Kisan credit card, but you are not aware of Mandhan. Okay, so you must remember that Mandhan can be asked. Now come to fertilizer. Okay, so when I am talking about fertilizer sector, okay, so fertilizer is again important. Okay, now first you understood what is the issues in fertilizer. Number one, if you see, first issue is with respect to production. First is with respect to production. Okay, second issue is with respect to overutilization. Overutilization. Third issue is with respect to pricing. प्राइसिंग ओके तो हमारे पास तीन इश्यूज हैं फर्टिलाइजर सेक्टर में प्रोडक्शन ओवर यूटिलाइजेशन एंड प्राइसिंग नाउ व्हेन आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट प्रोडक्शन सो यू नो दैट कि आवर थ्री fertilizers are very important. NPK, nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium. Okay, so ultimately urea. So India is the largest producer, largest consumer as well as largest importer or consumer as well as largest importer of urea. Okay, so ultimately whatever urea we are having in our country, okay, whatever urea we are producing in our country is not sufficient. So this is what you have to understood. Clear? Is not sufficient. So this is what you have to understood. That is why we are having a dependency on urea. Okay. Second, when it comes to phosphorus, 50% production is there. Okay. So 50% production is there. %50 production of phosphorus is in our country, but rest 50% we used to import. So this is what again you have to remember. So they can ask you in the statement form. Now here you will see, or even they have asked earlier also. Okay. Or if you have appeared for PT diagnostic also, so there also we have given this question. Okay. Now if you see, whatever we are producing, for that raw material is imported. So directly or indirectly we can say phosphorus is also imported 100%. Okay. So understand it carefully. Phosphorus production is done in India, but that is 50%. And rest 50% is imported. But whatever 50% that we are producing, for that we are dependent. In what way? That is in terms of raw material. Okay. Now potassium. With respect to potassium, there is no domestic production. So ultimately 100% is imported. So first of all, you must know the status of fertilizer in India. So this is the first thing that you must know. Okay. So this is the, you can say an expected, they can ask you the status of fertilizers in India, especially with respect to NPK. Okay. So this is the condition. Now you will be, so this is what you have to remember. Now when it comes to overutilization, so you already know that farmers in India are using it whatever is required. Now in order to stop that practice, we came with the concept of soil health card. So that is why this scheme is important. Soil health card. Number two, after soil health card, if you see the next scheme that we came with, you can say neem coated urea. Neem coated urea. Okay. So neem coated urea is another. Okay. Number three, after neem coated urea, what is the next thing that you have to remember? Can anyone tell me? What is the next thing that government is working? You can say nano urea. So ultimately some easy questions are framed in UPSC, steps taken to solve the problem of overutilization of fertilizer. So these are the steps. Now when it comes to pricing, so there is an issue with respect to, you can say, new price scheme. New price scheme, okay, that is to decide the prices of urea and nutrient based subsidy. Nutrient based subsidy. So this is what again you have to remember. Clear? This is what again you have to remember. So first of all, we'll start with soil health card. Okay, so these are the topics that you must know. So first of all, you must know about soil health card. So basically, if you see soil health card was you can say issued, or you can say came in 2015. Now the objective of soil health card is to know the condition of soil. Yes or no? Can anyone tell me? Yes or no? So basically, if you see soil health card, it came in 2015. Okay. Now here every farmer has to conduct a soil test every 2 years. तो हर 2 साल के बाद हर फार्मर को एक सॉइल हेल्थ कार्ड रिपोर्ट मिलेगी every 2 years, which will conduct or check the status of soil on 12 parameters. Can anyone tell me what are those 12 parameters? Which will conduct condition of soil on 12 parameters, and those 12 parameters are number 1, pH of the soil. Number 2, electrical conductivity. So again it become important. Electrical conductivity. Number 3, organic content. So please write these things. Organic content. Number 3. Number 4, nitrogen. Number 4, nitrogen. Number 5, phosphorus. Number 5, phosphorus. Number 6, potassium. Number 6, potassium. Number 7, sulfur. Number 7, sulfur. Number 8, zinc. Number 7, sulfur. Number 8, zinc. Number 7, sulfur. Number 8, zinc. Number 9, boron. Number 10, iron. Number 10, iron. Number 10, iron. Number 11, manganese. Okay, manganese. And number 4, copper. and number 4 copper. So ultimately these are the 12 parameters, okay, on which your soil content, okay, or you can say your soil health card is measured. Now if you see the soil health card, so here you can say under every village, okay, so you can say youths are allowed. So ultimately youth of the farmers or youth of the villages are allowed to set up soil testing labs. Okay, so ultimately this will give employment to the youth also in rural India. Okay, employment to youth also, but there is a limit that youth must not cross the age of 40 years. So 40 years is the upper limit. Okay, so you can say maximum age of the youth must not be more than 40 years. So this is the maximum age, okay, of the youth that has been given. Now whenever lab will be set up, so funds will be given by both center and the state government. So this scheme, soil health card, is jointly implemented by center and state. So this is what you have to understood in this scheme. Clear? In this scheme. So this is about your soil health card scheme. Okay. Now moving further, there is another scheme that is known as nano urea. Okay. So can anyone tell me what is the utility of nano urea? Or you can say recently government came with nano urea or liquid nano urea. So basically if you see, with the introduction of nano urea, or you can say government has set up the first liquid nano urea plant. Where? Can anyone tell me? Is there any sound issue? Some students are writing. Sound आ रहा है properly? एक मिनट, I'll just check with technical team. Sound आ रहा है proper? आवाज आ रहा है? लेकिन स्टूडेंट लिख रहे हैं. Okay. I received your message just now that there is sound issue. Okay. So I hope. Okay. So basically if you see that for the first time, okay, so there is no issue. So we have seen soil health card. Now come to nano urea. Now basically nano urea has been introduced to replace your conventional urea. So you can say once you replace nano urea, or you can say conventional urea with nano urea, so our requirement for urea get reduced by 50%. Okay, and when it get reduced by 50%, it has multiple benefits. Like number 1, government subsidy bill will get reduced. Government subsidy bill will get reduced. And number two, if you see, our import will also get reduced. Okay, so ultimately you can say current account deficit will get reduced. So already India has a current account deficit more than $200 billion. Okay. Third, sorry, it's trade deficit, not current account deficit. So trade deficit is more than $200 billion. Third, it will ensure, nowadays government is focusing on precision farming. Precision farming, which you can say a subtype of sustainable agriculture. Okay, so if you introduce nano urea, okay, nano urea, as I told you, it will reduce our you can say requirement of urea or conventional urea by 50%. So whatever we are consuming, it will get reduced. Okay, it will get reduced by 50%, and once it will get reduced, So UPSC can ask you in an exam the benefit of introducing urea. So if they give you 3 statements, so you have to tell yes, all these 3 statements are correct. And ultimately if you use urea effectively, so it will also help to improve the productivity of agricultural produce. So you can say this is the outcome of this consequences. So immediate consequences will be these 3 which have further consequences. So we are looking for immediate consequences. So these are the 3 immediate consequences. So please note down these things. Okay. Now if you see from the point of view of current affair, okay, so government of India has set up first nano urea manufacturing plant, okay, or you can say inaugurated by government of India, that is in Kalol, Gujarat. Okay, so this is what is important for prelims only. Kalol, Gujarat, and it is, you can say, set up by IFFCO. Okay, IFFCO. Okay, IFFCO stands for Indian Farmer Fertilizer Cooperative Limited. Okay, IFFCO stands for Indian Farmer Fertilizer Cooperative Limited. Okay. So although we have a topic of cooperative also, because cooperative has nowadays become important for your exam. Okay, so you have to remember this thing. Okay, so ultimately this is about the urea, nano urea. Now neem coated urea is another thing. Okay, now can you tell me what is the benefit of neem coated urea? What is the benefit of neem coated urea? Productivity. One student is asking, see, it is productivity of agricultural crop get increased. Okay, productivity of agricultural crop get increased. So this is what about you have to remember. Okay, now come to neem coated urea. So can anyone tell me what is the benefit of neem coated urea? Now if you see, first benefit of neem coated urea is, now although the main objective of neem coated urea is to avoid diversion of neem, or sorry, diversion of urea for non-agriculture purpose. Okay, so I just want to tell you that before we introduce this neem coated urea, so what used to happen, that urea which is subsidized for only agriculture, that get diverted for non-agriculture purpose. So ultimately urea is used for other sectors also, like in chemical sector, like in making, you can say, detergents and all those things. Okay, plus there are some issues also like milk production also, but you don't write in exam, just for your reference. So ultimately some news channels are also saying that it is diverted for that purpose also, but ultimately government gives subsidy for urea only for agriculture purpose, not for non-agriculture purpose. Clear? यहाँ पर हम देख रहे हैं कि non-agriculture purpose के लिए जा रहा था. तो ultimately government came out with one suggestion that why not we coat urea with neem. So ultimately if you once you coat it, so first benefit it that it will not divert it for non-agriculture purpose. Why? Because neem coated urea become useless for them. Okay, so you can say we can stop diversion. So this is the first benefit. Apart from this, what are the other benefits is that it will, like when you use urea without neem coating, so it is responsible for water contamination. So when you coat the urea, so it lower underground water contamination due to leaching of an area. Okay, तो leaching process आपका slow हो जाता है. Okay, leaching process आपका slow हो जाता है, so it is beneficial on that also. Okay, so leaching get reduced. Otherwise when you use urea, so there will be a leaching. Okay, so leaching get slowed down, and when it gets slowed down, so ultimately no groundwater contamination. no groundwater contamination. This is what you have to remember. Next, neem coated urea also serve as a natural insecticide. So farmer has to use pesticide and insecticide also. So neem coated urea also act as a natural insecticide. Okay, so it act as a natural insecticide. So this is what you have to again remember. Clear? Clear? So these are the major advantage of neem coated urea. Okay, neem coated urea. So I hope you understood these things. So any doubt till here? Okay, now there is another famous scheme in your UPSC, or you can say just government introduced it, that is PM Pranam scheme. Okay, PM Pranam scheme. So how many of you have heard about this scheme, PM Pranam? Okay, PM Pranam. Can anyone tell me what is the objective of PM Pranam? So if you see the objective of PM Pranam scheme has been introduced to replace your conventional fertilizers, or you can say chemical fertilizers, with some alternate. Okay, with some alternate. Okay, so ultimately we are looking for an alternate of, you can say, fertilizers. Okay, alternate of fertilizers, and this task has been given to state government, that if state government are able to find an alternate, for example biocompost is an alternate. Okay, or you can say if I say directly, हम कर क्या रहे हैं पीएम प्रणाम स्कीम में, हम जो फर्टिलाइजर्स अभी यूज कर रहे हैं उनका कंजम्पशन को कम करवाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. सो दिस इज व्हाट गवर्नमेंट हैज लॉन्च पीएम प्रणाम स्कीम इन द ईयर 2022. Okay, in the year 2022, where we are looking for alternate of fertilizers, and this year budget also talked about this scheme. Okay, so if you see the budget also, we talked about Gobardhan. Okay, we talked about Gobardhan, we talked about PM Pranam also. Clear? So this budget also talk about this scheme. Okay, now ultimately if you see the full form of Pranam, so Pranam stands for promotion of alternate nutrients for agriculture management yojana. Okay, promotion of alternate nutrient for agriculture management yojana. So this is the full form of this thing. Now what you have to remember in this scheme for your exam, that central government has clearly stated that if state government is able to reduce the fertilizer use, okay, so it means subsidy bill will also get reduced. Now whatever subsidy bill state is responsible for reducing it, so 50% of that will be given to the states as a grant. So ultimately states को फायदा होगा. तो एक आप ऐसे समझ सकते हो कि अगर आप स्टेट गवर्नमेंट हो, आप पहले यूज कर रहे थे, यू कैन से 100 kg कोई भी फर्टिलाइजर्स, जस्ट टेकिंग वन नंबर, बट आपने क्या किया, यू फाइंड ऑल्टरनेट. तो ऑल्टरनेट फाइंड करने के बाद आप अब यूज कर रहे हो 60 kg फर्टिलाइजर्स, रेस्ट यू आर यूजिंग सम ऑल्टरनेट. तो एक तरह से आपने 40 kg का रिडक्शन किया. अब 40 kg का जैसे ही आपने रिडक्शन किया तो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का सब्सिडी बिल रिड्यूस हुआ. तो जितना भी सब्सिडी बिल रिड्यूस हुआ है उसका 50% विल बी गिवन टू द स्टेट्स एज अ ग्रांट. सो अल्टीमेटली स्टेट्स को एक इंसेंटिवाइज किया जा रहा है, क्लियर? सो अब यहां पर आप देखो स्टेट्स ऐसे काम कर रही है इसमें. क्लियर? तो दिस इज व्हाट यू हैव टू रिमेंबर. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस 70% ऑफ द ग्रांट प्रोवाइडेड इन द स्कीम वो आप यूज कर सकते हो एसेट क्रिएशन रिलेटेड टू, यू कैन से, टेक्नोलॉजिकल एडॉप्शन. ओके, और 30% आप यूज कर सकते हो 30% आप यूज कर सकते हो फार्मर को रिवॉर्ड करने के लिए भी. ओके, तो अब जो भी ग्रांट्स दिया जाएगा, ओके, तो समझ गए ग्रांट्स कहां से आ रहे हैं. अगर आप फर्टिलाइजर्स का कंजम्पशन कम करोगे, ओके, फर्टिलाइजर्स का कंजम्पशन कम करोगे तो अल्टीमेटली सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का सब्सिडी बिल कम होगा. तो जितना भी सब्सिडी बिल आप कम कर रहे हो उसका 50% आपको दिया जाएगा, क्या, ग्रांट्स. ओके, और ग्रांट्स एक बार दे दिए स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को, फिर वो वापस नहीं लेंगे. सो दिस इज व्हाट यू हैव टू रिमेंबर. क्लियर? Now, whatever grants you can have, so 70% you can use for technology development for alternate fertilizers. And 30% is you can use for rewarding the farmers, because farmers के भी तो efforts है ना इसमें, rewarding farmers, because farmer has also played a role. So ultimately you have to reduce it. अब इसमें एक चीज देखो, गवर्नमेंट ने अभी पीछे एक चीज इंट्रोड्यूस करी थी, पीएम प्रणाम के अंदर गवर्नमेंट ऑल्सो सेज दिस थिंग कि हमें डोमेस्टिक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग ऑफ फर्टिलाइजर्स भी करनी है. अब डोमेस्टिक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग ऑफ फर्टिलाइजर करने के लिए, डोमेस्टिक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करने के लिए आपको स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को इंसेंटिवाइज करना पड़ेगा. अब स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को इंसेंटिवाइज क्यों करना पड़ेगा? क्योंकि अगर आप देखोगे, अभी मैंने आपको थोड़ी देर पहले बताया कि फॉस्फोरस और पोटेशियम, फॉर फॉस्फोरस एंड पोटेशियम वी आर डिपेंडेंट ऑन इंपोर्ट. अब ऐसा नहीं है कि हमारे पास फॉस्फोरस और पोटेशियम के रॉ मटेरियल नहीं है, वी हैव, बट दे आर अ माइनर मिनरल्स एंड माइनर मिनरल्स कम्स अंडर द कंट्रोल ऑफ स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, दैट इज स्टेट लिस्ट. क्लियर? सो अल्टीमेटली पीएम प्रणाम के थ्रू गवर्नमेंट वांट्स दैट स्टेट गवर्नमेंट मस्ट प्रमोट द डोमेस्टिक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग ऑफ फर्टिलाइजर. गेटिंग द आइडिया? तो अगर कल को स्टेटमेंट आ जाए आपको कि डोमेस्टिक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग ऑफ फर्टिलाइजर्स को कैसे प्रमोट कर रही है, दैट इज थ्रू पीएम प्रणाम. एंड व्हाई दे आर प्रमोटिंग इट? बिकॉज अगर आप देखोगे फॉस्फोरस पोटेशियम आर माइनर मिनरल्स एंड माइनर मिनरल्स आर पार्ट ऑफ स्टेट सब्जेक्ट. क्लियर? एंड स्टेट सब्जेक्ट मींस दे आर कंट्रोल्ड बाय द स्टेट legislature and state government. Clear? So this is what you have to remember. Clear? Okay. So PM Pranam is effective in boosting your domestic manufacturing also, as well as help in reducing subsidy bill. Okay. अब आप सोच रहे हो सर कैसे? अब देखो, अगर मैं फॉरेन कंट्री से, if I am bringing fertilizers from foreign country, okay, so ultimately if suppose from foreign country it is 100 rupees per unit. Now if same I am manufacturing in India, so it is 60 rupees per unit. Now when I am bringing it from 100, you can say from foreign country, so farmer is paying 30 rupees, I am paying 70 rupees, means central government. But when you are manufacturing in your country, so again farmer is paying 30 rupees, but now you are paying how much? 30 rupees. So your subsidy bill get reduced. So remember that phosphorus and potassium raw material are part of minor minerals, and minor minerals comes under state list. So again I am telling you, because there is expected that they can ask you which of the following is or are minor minerals. So ultimately UPSC never ask you direct question, they will ask you indirect कि इनमें से कौन से minor minerals है. So remember, if you find phosphorus and potassium, they are minor minerals, and minor minerals are controlled by your state government. Okay, that is they come under state subject. और जहां पर आपकी पैसा है, तो आपने ज्योग्राफी पॉलिटी में पढ़ा होगा, पंचायत एक्सटेंशन टू शेड्यूल्ड एरियाज, पैसा एक्ट, तो आपने पढ़ा होगा पैसा एक्ट. ओके, नहीं पढ़ा तो यू जस्ट रेफर बुक, एनी बुक. So in PESA Act, it has been given that such minor minerals, particularly wherever PESA Act is applied, Panchayat extension to scheduled areas. Okay, so I am not going in detail of that. So PESA Act, जहां पर भी आपका PESA Act apply होता है, वहां पर आप देखोगे minor minerals जो है, वो ग्राम सभा के कंट्रोल में है. ओके, ग्राम सभा के कंट्रोल में. Whereas जहां पर PESA Act नहीं है, वहां स्टेट के कंट्रोल में. So this is what you have to remember with respect to this PM Pranam. So I hope it is clear to you. Yes or no? Please tell me. Okay. See, fertilizer is important, क्योंकि अगर आप सरकार का बिल देखोगे ना फर्टिलाइजर्स के ऊपर, तो वो 2-2.5 लाख करोड़ से ऊपर का है, मतलब इसके अराउंड का है, 2-2.5 लाख करोड़ के अराउंड का. ओके, तो मतलब गवर्नमेंट हर साल 2 से 2.5 लाख करोड़ के बीच में, या फिर बढ़ता ही जा रहा है वो आपका, फर्टिलाइजर सब्सिडीज पे लगाती है. ओके, फर्टिलाइजर सब्सिडीज पे. और ये सारी जितनी भी आपकी फर्टिलाइजर्स है, ये सारे ज्यादातर आपके इंपोर्ट होते हैं, और इंपोर्ट होंगे तो अल्टीमेटली आप समझ जाओ कि करंट अकाउंट डेफिसिट बढ़ रहा है. and these are important parameters for the economy. Okay, so ultimately government is focusing on fertilizer. So again fertilizer is important. Clear? So गवर्नमेंट ऑलरेडी एक बारी क्वेश्चन पूछ चुकी है इसके ऊपर फर्टिलाइजर के स्टेटस के ऊपर, तो आपको मैंने अभी बता दिया है, तो थोड़ा सा अगर मैं समराइज करूं आपके लिए, तो ऑलरेडी मैं आपको बता चुका हूं कि अगर आप देखोगे प्रोडक्शन का स्टेटस आपके सामने है. ओवर यूटिलाइजेशन में यू मस्ट नो अबाउट सॉइल हेल्थ कार्ड. सो सॉइल हेल्थ कार्ड के अंदर क्विक रिवीजन, तो आपका हर 2 साल के बाद आपको सॉइल हेल्थ कार्ड मतलब फार्मर को रिपोर्ट कार्ड लेना पड़ता है विद रिस्पेक्ट टू यू कैन से सॉइल हेल्थ कार्ड. अर्लियर इट वाज 3 इयर्स बट इसको 2 इयर्स करा हुआ है. नीम कोटेड यूरिया, सो अल्टीमेटली इन दिस यू हैव टू रिमेंबर द 12 पैरामीटर्स, सो दे कैन आस्क यू. ओके, नीम कोटेड यूरिया, सो नीम कोटेड यूरिया का ऑलरेडी आई टोल्ड यू व्हाट इज द बेनिफिट. नैनो यूरिया के अंदर यू हैव टू रिमेंबर दैट वी हैव इनॉग्रेटेड फर्स्ट प्लांट दैट इज इन कलोल गुजरात. Kalol, Gujarat. So I told you the benefit of using nano urea also. Okay. So ultimately we have talked about that also. Now come to new price scheme and nutrient based subsidy. Okay. Now come to new price scheme and nutrient based subsidy. Again if you see, this is important for your exam. Now before new price scheme and nutrient based subsidy, you can say these are the you can say mechanism through which government of India used to find the amount of subsidy that government will give to the farmer. Okay, or you can say amount of subsidy that government will give to the company. So normally अगर आप देखोगे subsidy is given to the beneficiary only. Like in case of LPG cylinder there is a limit, so subsidy directly goes to the bank account of beneficiary. But in case of fertilizers subsidy goes to the company. Why? Because agriculture is an unorganized sector and it is difficult to recognize the farmer. Okay, so ultimately we are giving subsidy directly to the fertilizer companies, those who are making fertilizers. Okay, so ultimately earlier we have retention price scheme. Retention price scheme. Using this retention price scheme, okay, using this retention price scheme, we used to calculate subsidies for NPK, that is nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium. But currently we are not using NPK. Currently we are not using NPK. So we are using two methods, that is new price scheme and nutrient based scheme or subsidy. So under new price scheme, subsidy is given for, under new price scheme, subsidy is given for only urea, or you can say we calculate subsidy only for urea using new price scheme. So this is your prelims question. Okay, urea. Second, using NBS, you calculate subsidy for phosphorus and potassium. Okay, so only for P and K. Only for P and K. So this is what you have to remember with respect to your exam. So it is expected that if they ask you that nutrient based subsidy is for all the kind of or all types of you can say fertilizer, so you have to tell it is for phosphorus and potassium. Urea is not included, although there is a demand to include urea. For urea we are calculating subsidy using a new price scheme. Okay, we are calculating subsidy for new price scheme. Although in exam, in mains they can ask you what actually these schemes are, but in prelims they will not ask you in detail. So you must know that it is for this only. Okay, but now I want to, another thing that I want to tell you, that we can manufacture urea using natural gas. Okay, using natural gas as well as other feedstock. Now natural gas prices are very high. So recently government is working on natural gas, or to you can say to discover the price mechanism for natural gas, and they have set up you can say a committee known as Kirit Parak Committee. Kirit Parak Committee. So you remember the name of this committee, Kirit Parak Committee, which has been set up to recommend with respect to natural gas pricing. Okay, or you can say natural gas pricing mechanism. So again this committee is important. So I have told you 3 committees in today's class in last 2 hours, that is Ashok Dalwai Committee, Sanjay Agarwal Committee, and third committee is Kirit Parak Committee. So remember, Kirit Parak Committee is important for recommending the prices, or you can say to how to determine the price of natural gas. So ultimately recently government has set up this committee, Kirit Parak Committee, and we are waiting for its recommendation. Okay, Kirit Parak Committee. So remember this committee. Clear? Clear? So this is what you have to remember with respect to your, you can say, fertilizers. Now come to seed. Now can anyone tell me, recently seed sector is in news. So can anyone tell me why, before I tell you? Okay, can anyone tell me, seed sector is in news? No idea? Please tell me. Okay, GM mustard. Oh, in beginning I told you that whenever we talk about GM and all those things, that is a part of science and tech. So that is not a part of economy. But I'll tell you some portion of GM also. But before I tell you seed, first of all tell me why seed is important, because seed is one of the important input, or you can say is the only input which will decide the efficiency and efficacy of other inputs. So ultimately if my seed is of poor quality, how much fertilizers I'll use, it is useless. Okay, or it is of no use. So ultimately when I am talking about seeds, okay, so seed becomes important. So there are 2 types of seeds. Number 1, certified seeds. So you can say which are manufactured in a company. And number 2, farmer produced seeds. Farmer produced seeds. Okay, or you can say farm used or farm saved seeds भी बोलते हैं इसको कभी कभार. Farm saved seeds. तो अगर आप देखोगे इंडिया के अंदर majority farmers are using farm saved seeds. They are not using farmer produced seeds. तो अगर आप देखोगे around 18-19% farmers ही हैं, 18-19% farmers are using certified seeds. So ultimately here you have to remember, this is the first statement that you have to remember, that majority farmers are using farmer produced seeds. Farmer produced seeds, and very less farmers are using certified seeds. Now if you have understood this thing, then you can understand the another term which UPSC has asked, seed replacement ratio. Seed replacement ratio. So seed replacement ratio is nothing but, you can say, number of farmers using farmer produced seeds as compared to, or you can say number of farmers using certified seeds as compared to as compared to farmer produced seeds. So ultimately seed replacement ratio is very less in India, but when you see the foreign countries, so their seed replacement ratio is very high. So ultimately every time whenever I am practicing farming, I have to purchase certified seeds. But in India, farmer are not purchasing certified seeds. They used to use only whatever seeds they have preserved from the previous farming, they use that. So नहीं समझ आया तो आप ऐसे भी समझ सकते हो. Whenever, for example, many of you are practicing gardening in your house also. So you used to pick the seeds and you use that seed to grow another plant. That is farmer produced seeds. But certified seeds, when you go to the market, you purchase a packet of seeds and utilize it. Okay, that is certified seeds. Okay, so ultimately you have to understood this thing. Okay, so seed replacement ratio. Now, in the month of April itself, there is one term used in newspaper, open source seed movement. How many of you have heard about it? Please tell me. ओपन सोर्स सीड मूवमेंट, कितने लोगों ने सुनी है टर्म? How many of you have heard about this term? Open source seed movement. And if you have heard, tell me what it is. Okay. ओके तो अप्रैल मंथ में टर्म थी. अब इससे पहले आपको एक टर्म और समझनी पड़ेगी. देयर इज वेरी फेमस एक्ट, प्लांट वेराइटी एक्ट. already UPSC has asked question on this plant variety act. Now you know that there are some practices which are done by our farmers and they are very successful. Okay, or you can say they are exclusive to our Indian farmers only. So we have seen some of the companies used to copy that item and used to commercialize it. So आप ऐसे भी समझ सकते हो कि अगर सपोज कर लो आप फार्मर हो, ओके आप फार्मर हो, तो आप क्या कर रहे हो कि आपकी कोई टेक्नोलॉजी है which you only know and that is exclusively for you. Now if I am a foreign company, I came to know about it, I copied it and commercialized it. अब आपकी टेक्नोलॉजी को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए या फिर आपको रॉयल्टी दिलवाने के लिए वी हैव इंट्रोड्यूस्ड प्लांट वेराइटी एक्ट. प्लांट वेराइटी एक्ट. So automatically, just when you have some, you can say any invention, so you register your invention under Patent Act. Similarly, if farmer is having any technology with respect to farming, so that get protected under Plant Variety Act. Okay, so ultimately this is a part of, you can say, environment also. Now your seeds are, or you can say your planting method is, you can say, protected. So in case of patent, you have to go to the patent office to register. But here, if your technique is unique, it get automatically registered. So this is what you have to remember. Okay, this is what you have to remember. And this Plant Variety Act is as per the agreement of WTO, that is known as TRIPS. Trade Related Intellectual Property Scheme or System. Okay, so that is known as intellectual property rights. Okay, TRIPS. Okay, so this is as per the agreement. So ultimately here what you have to remember, under Plant Variety Act, farmers, you can say farming practice, if it is unique, is automatically get registered, and if someone is copying it, okay, so ultimately you have to provide royalty to that farmer. So ultimately copy का मतलब ये है commercialize कर दी उसको. Okay, royalty to the farmers. So I hope till here it is clear. So this act is again important. Okay, so you can find a question in your prelims question also, as well as expected UPSC will again ask a question on this. Okay, now you know that there is one very famous case with respect to, you can say, farmers of Gujarat, or you can say Gujarat farmers versus PepsiCo, Pepsi company, that is making, you can say, Ruffle Lays. Okay, so there is a very famous case with respect to, you can say, Gujarat farmer versus PepsiCo. Now in this case, it has been seen that no doubt government intervene in the, you can say, with respect to Gujarat farmers. Okay, so ultimately in this case, you can say some technology of PepsiCo company is copied by the farmers, so that is why this case is registered. So it is important for your mains. But now I hope you understand what is Plant Variety Act. Now open source seed movement. Now if suppose I am a farmer and I have some technology and I want it can be used by others also. So I want, or government want, that we create one knowledge library that is open source. So if suppose I have technology, I want to share that technology without any royalty, so I can share it. This is called open source seed movement. So this was in news in the month of April 2023. So this is the latest news. Okay, so today is 21st. So if you search on Google also, it came, I think, around 5th or 6th. So ultimately, if suppose this movement is in news, so you will think what it is. Okay, what it is. So this open source seed movement is related to your you can say seed, to protect your seed variety. Okay, to protect your seed, or you can say you can share your information, clear, without expecting any royalty. So that is why it is in news, clear. So you have to remember this thing. Now here in exam they can ask you next question, that why India is having low seed replacement ratio. Can anyone tell me? So this can be an expected question of your prelims, ki seed replacement ratio, why India is having low seed replacement ratio. Okay, so first of all, if I summarize what we have covered, so first of all you have to remember that there are two types of seed, certified seeds and farmer produced seeds. Certified seeds are those seeds which are produced in a factory, okay, due to, or you can say using some technology. Farmer produced seeds which farmer used to save from its previous farming. Okay, number two, in India most of the farmers are using farmer produced seeds, very less farmers are using certified seeds. This is number two. That is why India is having low seed replacement ratio. Now when I talk about low seed replacement ratio, it means ratio of farmers, or you can say farmers using certified seeds as compared to the farmer using farmer produced seeds. So as I told you, it is around 18-19% in India. Okay, next if you see, we talked about open source seed movement. So there I told you that there are some unique technology of farming which farmer only knows, or exclusively it is known by particular community. Okay, now there can be possibility that some private company, either domestic or foreign, they came to know about that technology and they commercialize it. So we have Plant Variety Act to protect the interest of the farmer. Now we have open source movement also, open source seed movement, where if any farmer or a group of farmer want to produce or want to share its knowledge without any royalty, so government has initiated open source movement. Okay, open source movement. So this is what you have to remember. Okay, now this open source seed movement has been given by a, you can say, Canadian person known as T.E. Michael. Okay, in 1999. So government has copied that idea from there. T.E. Michael in 1999. Okay, T.E. Michael in 1999. So the concept of open source is that if any farmer having some technology, so for example अगर आप farmer हो और आपके पास कोई ऐसी technology है जिसको use करके I can increase the productivity, and now you want that other farmers in rest of the corner of India, they must also use it. So you want to share that information without any royalty. So for government has started, or government is thinking to start about open source seed movement. So be ready for it, that they can ask you this open source seed movement, and this concept is given by T.E. Michael in 1999. Okay. Now my next question to you, why India is having low seed replacement ratio? So anyone wants to answer, so please tell me. So if anyone want to answer, so please tell me. See, when I am talking about low seed replacement ratio, so first of all, you can say that companies in India are producing only those certified seeds which are profitable in nature. Okay, which are profitable in nature. So ultimately, India is a country where we have so many farmers growing so many crops. So ultimately, they are focusing only on those crops or only limited crops which gives more profit to the farmer. So for example, if I talk about, you can say rice. So in rice there are so many variety. Okay, basmati rice is also there, non-basmati, within non-basmati also there are so many variety. So companies used to produce only basmati rice seed, which gives them more profit. Okay, which gives them more profit. So ultimately, limited seed production by the companies. This is the first thing that you have to remember. Second thing that you have to remember is, when it comes to low seed replacement ratio, so there is a circulation of duplicate seeds also. Duplicate seeds. So ultimately, there is no mechanism to distinguish between original and duplicate. So this is another concern. Third, these certified seeds are costly, and already we have talked about that farmer income is very less. Okay, so these are costly or expensive. Okay, and farmer income is very less. Fourth, so first I told you, so one student is asking what is the first point. Okay, so first point is that companies are producing limited certified seeds. Fourth, if you see the fourth concept or fourth point, now the shelf life of these certified seeds is very less. So when I am saying shelf life, so I am talking about its expiry. So expiry of certified seeds is very less. So you can understand in this way, अगर मैं दुकानदार हूं जो certified seeds खरीद के लाके फार्मर को बेच रहा हूं, तो मैं वही वाले सर्टिफाइड सीड्स लेके आऊंगा जिसकी डिमांड है. अल्टीमेटली जो बन रहे हैं उनमें से सिर्फ उन्हीं को ही खरीदूंगा. क्यों? क्योंकि मुझे पता है कि इनकी शेल्फ लाइफ बहुत कम है और मैं उसको स्टॉक में नहीं रखूंगा, कम लेके आऊंगा. ओके, क्यों? क्योंकि 6 महीने बाद वो एक्सपायर हो जाएंगे एंड इट इज यूजलेस फॉर मी एज वेल एज फॉर द फार्मर. तो अल्टीमेटली मेरा नुकसान है. तो शेल्फ लाइफ फॉर सर्टिफाइड सीड्स इज वेरी लेस. ओके, सो अल्टीमेटली उसके बाद कंपनी भी वापस नहीं लेगी. सो आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू procure it in bulk. Clear? And fifth reason is, if suppose using certified seeds, okay, there is a crop failure, then who is responsible? Is it company, is it retailer, or is it farmer itself? So ultimately there is no accountability. So these are the 5 drawbacks, or you can say challenges, that why India is having low seed replacement ratio. So last year they asked about seed replacement ratio. So it is expected that UPSC used to repeat the topic but in some different manner. So they will ask you what is you can say why India is having low seed replacement ratio. So they will give you some options 1, 2, 3 and you have to select the proper answer. So it is expected that they can ask you a question in this topic. Okay, with respect to seed replacement ratio. Now another thing, no doubt that is important for your mains, but I'll introduce it here itself. Although it is a PT marathon class. So another thing that they can ask you with respect to seed bill Okay, so already government has introduced seed bill 2019. So it has not been passed in the parliament. Okay, the day it is passed in the parliament, it become important for your both prelims and mains. Okay, so your prelims is on 28th of May. Okay, so almost you can say 1 month is left. Okay, 1 month and few days. So you can say some days are left. So ultimately there is no parliament session. So ultimately when you are appear for mains, so possibility is that this bill get passed. If this bill get passed, okay, so it becomes important for your mains and for next year prelims. Okay, but right now you have to remember this seed replacement ratio. Okay, and now you know that India needs to focus on, you can say, food security. So that is why it is important. That is why it is important. Clear? So this is what you have to remember with respect to seeds. Clear? Clear? Now come to next, you can say horticulture sector, which is again important for your exam. Okay, horticulture sector, which is again important for your exam. Okay. Now when we talk about horticulture, or you can say along with horticulture, I would like to take animal husbandry also. Okay, horticulture. So along with horticulture, I would like to take animal husbandry also. So in order to first know what is horticulture, horticulture is that branch of agriculture where we talk about fruits, vegetable, floriculture, herbal, or you can say herbal plantation. Okay, as well as we talk about ornamental crops. Okay, so आजकल कुछ क्रॉप्स आपके ग्रो किए जाते हैं, ओके, फॉर यू कैन से फॉर डेकोरेशन पर्पस. Okay, so first of all you must know about it, these things: fruits, vegetable, floriculture, okay, ornamental. These are the things that you have to know. Okay, so ultimately if you see, government has taken initiatives in this direction also. So can anyone tell me what initiatives government has taken for horticulture, not animal husbandry? Not animal husbandry. First of all, can anyone tell me that how much land area is utilized for horticulture? So if in exam it comes, this is the amount of area we utilize for horticulture sector. So can anyone tell me how much land area is utilized for horticulture? So UPSC used to ask a trend, although they are not interested in numbers, but they used to ask trends. Anyone can tell me? So although we have covered three things: finance, fertilizers, and your seed, which is very, very important, because if you use good quality seeds, that is certified seeds, then only whatever inputs you are using, okay, then only you can get a better result. So seed is important. So normally it is not mentioned in your syllabus, but UPSC has asked a question. So you have to be ready with that. Okay. Now latest one that I expect, they can ask you either why India has have low seed replacement ratio. So they will give you in statement form. So I hope now you can easily solve. Or they can ask you open source seed movement, which is given by T.E. Michael, a Canadian person, in 1999. Now government is thinking to use that. So ultimately in open source there is a voluntarily contribution by the farmers, means they will give their information, and you can say ultimately one library will be, you can say, maintained. Okay, library will be maintained, and whatever information is there, that can be accessed by everyone. Means farmer can get benefit from it. Okay, so ultimately you can say farmer empowerment through open source. Okay, plus when we talk about open source, it will be digital one. So help to reduce digital divide between farmer and urban area. Okay, so ultimately this is the benefit of open source also. Clear? So more your information is decentralized, more it will be beneficial. Clear? Now some students are saying 8.5% of cropped area. Okay, so अब देखते हैं कितना एरिया है. तो अगर मैं थोड़ा सा बात करूं नंबर्स के ऊपर, although no need to remember numbers, but some numbers you must know for your own interest. Now the total geographical area of India is 328 million hectare. Out of that, around 50% of area is given for agriculture land. So ultimately 50% of this is, if you go, is around 160 million hectare. So you can say this is the area where we practice agriculture. Rest of the land is given for non-agriculture purpose like residential, commercial. So we are not interested in that. So this much area is given for agriculture. Okay. Now if you see out of this right now currently what is the status, that we are using 25 million hectare. Okay, 25 million hectare of land for agriculture. So one student has written 8.5. Okay, 8.5. So if you see 10% of this, 10% of this is around 16%, or you can say 16 million hectare. Okay, 10% of this. Okay, so ultimately it is more than 10. Okay, तो अगर आप देखोगे कितना एरिया आता है, can you tell me CSAT? Okay, can you tell me CSAT? So आपने जो डेटा उठाया 8.5, that was old data. So right now it has been doubled. Okay, so अगर आप देखोगे 15-16% के अराउंड जो आपका एरिया है, 15 to 16% of the area that is given for agriculture. हाँ, आप जो 8% उठा रहे हो, that 8.5%. Okay, so that is with respect to this much. CSAT का गेम है, याद रखना UPSC स्टेटमेंट में आपको कंफ्यूज कर सकती है. When I talk about 8% of total geographical area or 8 to 9%, then it comes to be this one. But when I talk about 15 to 16% of agriculture land, so I am talking about this number. Clear? So please read the statement carefully. Okay, read the statement carefully, because यहां पर आपकी गलतियां होती है. आप आके बाहर सर्च करोगे, अरे यार 8% दे रखा है, 8% of total geographical area. Okay, but now it has increased. Clear? Now it has increased. तो अगर आप देखोगे रफली 25 मिलियन हेक्टेयर एरिया, तो मैंने आपको नंबर्स भी दे दिए और परसेंटेज भी दे दिए. क्लियर? तो नंबर्स भी दे दिए और परसेंटेज भी दे दिए. तो डोंट गेट कंफ्यूज्ड. इफ स्टेटमेंट इज 8 to 9% of total geographical area, so I am using a word total geographical area. So total geographical area is 328 million hectare. Clear? When I am using a word 15 to 16% of agricultural area, then also it is correct. But अगर मैंने नंबर चेंज कर दिए कि मतलब वहां लिख दिया मैंने, यहां लिख दिया 8 to 9% of agricultural area, तो that is wrong. क्योंकि normally स्टूडेंट की क्या हैबिट होती है, they used to mug up this number only. They don't understand it is percentage of what. Okay, it is percentage of what. So you have to remember this thing. Clear? Clear? Now when I talk about you can say production. Okay, or you can say, if you see the maximum production is of vegetables and then fruits. Okay, vegetable and then fruits. Okay, तो अगर आप देखोगे horticulture includes so many item, but उसमें से हम सबसे ज्यादा वेजिटेबल पे फोकस करते हैं. ओके, सो वेजिटेबल एंड फ्रूट्स हैज बीन गिवन इंपॉर्टेंस इन हॉर्टिकल्चर. Okay, vegetable and fruits has been given importance in horticulture. So this is what you have to remember. Okay, और अगर आप देखोगे इंडिया के अंदर हम सेकंड नंबर पे है, इसके अंदर मतलब इंडिया के अंदर हम सेकंड नंबर पे हैं आफ्टर चाइना इन प्रोडक्शन ऑफ फ्रूट्स एंड वेजिटेबल. क्लियर? सो दिस इज व्हाट यू हैव टू रिमेंबर. क्लियर? नाउ नेक्स्ट इफ यू सी स्टेट वाइज. ओके, नेक्स्ट इफ यू सी स्टेट वाइज, अगर मैं स्टेट वाइज बात करूं, उत्तर प्रदेश इज अ स्टेट वेयर वी हैव मैक्सिमम, और यू कैन से मैक्सिमम फार्मर्स और मेजॉरिटी फार्मर्स आर कल्टिवेटिंग और प्रैक्टिसिंग हॉर्टिकल्चर. सो सबसे ज्यादा हॉर्टिकल्चर प्रैक्टिस कौन सी स्टेट में होती है? दैट इज उत्तर प्रदेश, यूपी. सो ये लिस्ट लिखते जाओ आप. मेजर हॉर्टिकल्चर प्रोड्यूसिंग स्टेट्स आर, नंबर 1 यूपी. Okay, so UP is known for the cultivation of vegetables. Number 2, West Bengal. Okay, so second number पे West Bengal है. Number 3, Madhya Pradesh. Number 3, Madhya Pradesh. So remember, third is Madhya Pradesh. Number 4, Maharashtra. Because if you understood these states, you will understand when we'll do food processing. So your majority food processing areas or food processing industries are in this states only. Okay, Maharashtra. Next, Andhra Pradesh. Next is Andhra Pradesh. Next, Gujarat. Gujarat. Then comes Karnataka. Karnataka. So at least you have to remember top 5. Okay. So in top 5, UP, West Bengal, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra and Andhra Pradesh. Okay. नहीं याद हो रहे तो आप ऐसे भी याद रख सकते हो. UP is in north, West Bengal this side of the map, Madhya Pradesh center, below Maharashtra and then Andhra Pradesh. So if you see the diversity, so this is what you will observe here. Clear? You will observe here. Clear? So ultimately अगर भूल रहे हो तो no problem, you can remember in this way also. Clear? Okay. Okay. Now some of my students are writing Cayman Island. Don't worry, I'll tell you about the history of Cayman Island also. Okay. Okay. So ultimately, if you see state wise, so this is a thing that you have to remember for your prelims. तो आपको मैंने याद करने का तरीका ही बता दिया है. यूपी, वेस्ट बंगाल, then you can come to Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra and Andhra Pradesh. So you have to remember top 5. Okay. So UP is known for vegetables. Okay. UP is known for vegetables. That is what you have to remember. Clear? Now ultimately you have to know about father of Indian horticulture also. That is M.H. Mari Gowda. Okay. M.H. Mari Gowda. Okay. M.H. Mari Gowda, that is known as father of Indian horticulture, father of agriculture, Swaminathan. Okay. So ultimately I am not talking about that. I am talking about father of Indian horticulture. Okay. Although chances are very less, but it is for your knowledge that you must know that father of Indian horticulture is M.H. Mari Gowda. Okay. So ultimately you have to remember this thing. Okay. Now ultimately sometimes UPSC can ask you the terms, okay, like pomology. Pomology is, you can say, cultivation of fruits and nuts. Okay. Pomology is cultivation of fruits and nuts. Okay. So this is what you have to remember. Second, olericulture. Olericulture is cultivation of vegetables. Okay, so it is cultivation of vegetables that you have to remember. Next comes, you can say floriculture. Floriculture is, you know, cultivation of flowers. Okay, floriculture is cultivation of flowers, that you must know. Clear? So these are the things that you have to remember with respect to horticulture. Okay, no doubt there is very famous scheme also, that is Mission for Integrated Development of Horticulture. Okay, Mission for Integrated development of horticulture. So in this mission for integrated development of horticulture, there are basically 5 components. Number 1 is National Horticulture Mission. Okay, National Horticulture Mission. Then there is Horticulture Mission for Himalayan states as well as Northeast. Okay, so number 1 is National Horticulture Mission. Then you can say Horticulture Mission for Himalayan states and Northeast. Then there is National Horticulture Board also. Okay, then Coconut Development Board. Coconut Development Board, and automatically in last we have Central Institute of Horticulture Nagaland. Okay, Central Institute of Horticulture Nagaland. Okay, so these are the 5 components under this that you have to remember. Okay, so ultimately again I am telling, so Mission for Integrated Development of Horticulture, MIDH. Okay, MIDH. Under MIDH there are 5 components. National Horticulture Mission, okay, then Horticulture Mission for Northeast and Himalayan states, okay, next National Horticulture Board, okay, National Horticulture Board, okay, and Coconut Development Board, Coconut Development Board, Coconut Development Board, Coconut Development Board, and in last we can talk about Central Institute of Horticulture Nagaland, Central Institute of Horticulture Nagaland. Clear? So this is about, you have to understand. Clear? So this is about, you can say horticulture sector. Now when it comes to animal husbandry, okay, so in animal husbandry you have to know the revolutions, okay, know the revolutions. So ultimately we'll see some revolutions, some are for, you can say, animal husbandry. For example, red revolution. So can anyone tell me what is red revolution? So this is a test for you. Red revolution. Anyone? Anyone can tell me what is red revolution? Okay, and red revolution is for, yes, meat. Correct. Okay. Animal revolution is for meat. Yes, correct. Okay. Second, if you see, there is pink revolution. There is pink revolution. So can anyone tell me pink revolution is for what? Prelims is coming, so I am expecting some answers from you. I am expecting some answers from you. Please tell me. Please tell me. No idea. Pink revolution. Pink revolution is for 3 items. It is for onion cultivation. It is for prawns. It is for pharmaceuticals. So please write. No option will not be given. Don't worry. So it is what you have to remember yourself. Okay. So already I told you that red revolution is for, you can say, meat. Pink revolution is for 3 items: onion production, prawns and pharmaceuticals. Okay. Next, yellow revolution. Yellow revolution is for oil seeds, and in oil seeds specially it is for mustard and sunflower. Okay. So ultimately yellow revolution. For oil seeds, and in oil seeds it is for, you can say, specially mustard and sunflower. Okay, it is for mustard and sunflower, that you have to remember. Okay. Next, if you see black revolution. Black revolution is for petroleum product, although we are covering holistically both for animal husbandry and others also. Okay. Black revolution. Black revolution is for petroleum products. So you can say non-agricultural item. So this is agricultural item. Okay. Next, blue revolution is for fish. So I think no need to tell this revolution. Blue revolution is for fish. So you can expect a question. Okay. Next, brown revolution. So can anyone tell me what brown revolution is for what? Brown revolution is again for 3 items. Number 1, leather. Number 2, cocoa, that is food item. Then N, non-conventional products. Okay. So that is, okay. So this is what you have to remember, brown revolution. So brown revolution is for leather, cocoa and non-conventional product. Next, golden fiber revolution. So golden fiber revolution is for jute production. Jute production. Next, golden revolution. Golden revolution is for this is for jute production. Golden revolution is for horticulture. So when I am talking about horticulture, we are talking about fruits, vegetables. Okay, fruits, vegetables as well as honey production. Okay. Now for grey revolution, there is grey revolution also. So grey revolution is for fertilizers, so already we have covered fertilizers, so you have to remember that grey revolution is for fertilizers. Clear? Next, silver revolution, that is more important for you. So you can say you have heard about eggs, so you have seen the egg advertisement also, so there also you will use silver revolution. Okay. Silver revolution. Okay. Silver fiber revolution is for cotton. So just like gold fiber revolution is for jute, silver fiber revolution is for cotton. Okay. Golden revolution is for horticulture and silver revolution is for eggs. Okay. So you have to remember these things. Okay. And then we have round revolution. So round revolution is for potato. Round revolution is for potato. Okay. Round revolution is for potato. So this is what you have to understood. So round revolution is for potato. Silver revolution is for eggs. Okay. See, one student is writing Jabardasti ke revolution. This is not Jabardasti ke revolution. Our purpose is that you must know that these are the revolutions and these are the things. So either, no doubt in prelims, maybe chances that they can ask you, but you can use this in mains also. Okay. So although we have to segregate our preparation also, but ultimately there are something which are overlapping. So you must know these things. Okay. Next, it comes to last revolution, that is white revolution, that is for milk. And there is green revolution also, that you know, so I am not covering that. Okay. So white revolution is for milk. Okay. So these are the revolution that you have to remember. Clear? Clear? Now next, when I talk about crop and cropping pattern, so already if you see, we have to talk about organic farming also. Okay. So I give you 1 minute, those who are watching the video. So I just want to know, with respect to organic farming, what you must know from exam point of view. And can you tell me the very famous scheme for organic farming? Green revolution is for food grains. Can anyone tell me about organic farming? What you know about organic farming? Anyone? Krishi Paramparagat Yojana. So I was expecting this from you. Okay. But ultimately, can you tell me how we recognize organic farming in India? Can anyone tell me how we recognized organic farming in India? Okay. Now there is very one famous important scheme, Krishi Unnati. Okay. There is very one famous scheme, Krishi Unnati Yojana, which is, you can say, umbrella scheme of Government of India, where government has taken some initiatives, or you can say there are some components under this. So first write that, then I'll connect with you, okay, with some things. Okay, so write Krishi Unnati. If you see that there is one scheme, so Hindi word Krishi Unnati scheme, okay, ONNAIT, Krishi Unnati Yojana. So in this Krishi Unnati Yojana, there are some components. Like number one component is mission for integrated development of horticulture. So we have seen that. So in that there are 5 components. So first you write, then I'll tell you what basically it is. Mission for integrated development of horticulture. So this is the first component. Okay. Mission for integrated. So you can say this is the core scheme of the Government of India, which will tell you what basically government approach is for agriculture. Because if you understood these components, you will understand basically what Indian government is looking for. Okay. So number one is mission for integrated development. So we have just talked about that. In that there are 5 components for horticulture. Number one. Number two, National Food Security Mission. National Food Security Mission. National Food Security Mission. Number three, National Mission on Sustainable Agriculture. Sustainable agriculture. So please, first I'll make write all the components, then I'll explain you the relationship. Basically, this is the umbrella scheme. Next, if you see integrated scheme on agriculture cooperation. So now we are going to talk about all these things. Integrated scheme on agriculture cooperation. So here we are talking about cooperatives. Integrated scheme on agriculture cooperation. Next, submission on agricultural extension. Submission on agriculture extension. If you understood this thing, you will understand the base part. Okay, submission on agriculture extension. Next, national e-governance plan. National E-Governance Plan. Next, submission on seeds and planting material. Submission on seeds and planting material. Okay, this is the 7th one. Okay, so please write it so that I'll change the slide. Submission on seeds and planting. Next, if you see, next is National Mission on Agriculture Mechanization. So I'll write it here. You can say Mission on Agriculture Mechanization. Okay, agriculture mechanization. Next, mission on plant protection and plant quarantine or plant quarantine. Mission on plant protection and plant quarantine or quarantine. Mission on plant protection and plant quarantine. Next, integrated scheme of agricultural marketing. Integrated scheme of agriculture marketing. And number 11, you can say integrated scheme on agriculture census, economics and statistics. Integrated scheme on agriculture census, economics and statistics. So if you listen this, so if you see, this is the, you can say, very important scheme of Government of India, that is known by the Krishi Unnati Yojana. So please listen it carefully. Okay, so please note down. I am just again repeating for you. So there are total 11 missions under Krishi Unnati Yojana. So number 1 is integrated development for horticulture. So this is the first part. Okay, this is the first part. Okay, so number 1 is integrated development for horticulture. Number 2, National Food Security Mission. Number 3, National Mission on Sustainable Agriculture. Number 4, integrated scheme on agriculture cooperation. Number 5, submission on agriculture extension. Okay, submission on agriculture extension. Okay, next, National E-Governance Plan. 7th, submission on seed and planting material. 8th, mission on agriculture mechanization. 9th, mission on plant protection and plant quarantine. So it's about what we have in COVID also, quarantine. So we are talking about that also. 10th, integrated scheme for agricultural marketing. And 11th, agriculture census, economics and statistics. Okay, so please note it. Then I'll tell you why we are studying these things or how it is relevant for your prelims. So I'll relate these things with you. Okay, although out of these submissions, some missions are important only for your mains only, but some are very important for your prelims. Okay, so I'll tell you how it is important. Okay, so we are going to talk about these one by one. Now, already I told you in horticulture that you have seen that out of the total area, so please listen it carefully. Okay, so there may be possibility that I will not write on board, so you have to write yourself. So some points we have covered and some additional point I will give you. Okay, now if you see, out of the total agriculture area, that is around 160 million hectare. We have dedicated 25 million hectare land to horticulture. Okay. Now can anyone tell me why government of India is interested in horticulture? The answer is very simple, because when you shift from rice and wheat cultivation to horticulture, it will help in increasing the income of the farmer. Number one. So we have talked about in the beginning that this government has a task to increase the income of the farmer. Number one. Number two, whatever crops right now we are growing today, that is responsible for, you can say, environmental issues. For example, as I told you in the beginning, rice cultivation is responsible for methane, release of methane gas, or you can say greenhouse gas. Similarly, rice and sugarcane, which we are growing today, is responsible for cultivation of, you can say, responsible for overutilization of water. So this is the second thing. Third, rice and wheat has overproduction. So that is why there is a need to shift from rice and wheat cultivation to horticulture. So this is the reason that government is focusing on horticulture. So ultimately it will provide solution for these things, as well as it will benefit government if farmers shift from you can say rice wheat cultivation to horticulture. But when we are shifting from rice and wheat cultivation, we have to make sure that production of rice and wheat should not get reduced. So ultimately, if you want to maintain the production, we have to maintain the productivity of rice and wheat, and that can be possible if you invest in science and technology. So ultimately अब मैं ये नहीं कह रहा कि अगर suppose कर लो, you can understand in this way, अगर suppose कर लो this is my agricultural land and in this area farmer is growing rice wheat for example, and this area is given for, you can say, horticulture. So in horticulture you have seen that there are so many items: fruits, vegetable, floriculture, herbal plants. So there are so many items. Clear? So if farmer is shifting, or you can say when farmer is using, because land is again what, limited resource. So it is not like that कि you can reduce the land for rice and wheat. Okay, so ultimately if you are doing this thing, so in future there will be some other problem कि rice or wheat production has reduced. So we want that whatever production we have right now, we must sustain it, plus the area for the cultivation of horticulture must be increased. Now that can be possible if you increase the productivity of rice and wheat seed variety. Okay, so ultimately when I am reducing the area, so for example this area has been given for now horticulture. Earlier this is the area, now I have extended the area. Now this area has been given to rice and wheat. So I want that in this area rice and wheat production must be what I have previous, and that can be possible if I increase the productivity. Okay, so ultimately second component talks about National Food Security Mission. So they want that we have to shift to horticulture also, but we have to maintain balance. So ultimately balance can be maintained if government of India is going to invest money on, you can say, scientific research of rice and wheat. Okay, scientific research of rice and wheat. That is why in newspaper you find that scientists are coming with new variety of rice and wheat. Okay, similarly sugarcane also, where less water is needed. So ultimately they have asked a question on sugarcane variety also, which need less water. Okay, so ultimately they ask question on this. So you need to have a balance between this. So land is limited. If you are increasing horticulture, you have to ensure that whatever land get reduced for rice and wheat, from that reduced land you must have production what you have earlier, and that can be possible if you have productivity. So I hope this concept is clear to you. Now Now, as I told you that cultivation of rice and wheat is responsible for so many challenges, like they are responsible for greenhouse gas emission. If you see here, farmers are using more and more fertilizers. So use of fertilizer is also a challenge. So we have to, because fertilizer is responsible for pollution, that is groundwater pollution or contamination of groundwater, as well as you have studied about in your environment eutrophication. So that is responsible for eutrophication also. Clear? So ultimately we need sustainable agriculture practices. Okay, so right now UPSC ask a question on integrated farming. So in integrated farming you use resources in such a way that there should be no wastage. So you can say that right now we are talking about a concept of circular economy. Okay, circular economy. So we want to introduce circular economy where we focused on recycle, reuse and reduce. Okay, so you can say R, we talk about multiple R's. So we want to reduce it. Ultimately, so I'll again come back to it. Okay, so ultimately here in National Mission on Sustainable Agriculture, we used to talk about natural farming and organic farming. We talk about natural farming and organic farming. Okay, so when we talk about natural farming and organic farming, so I'll now explain this natural farming and organic farming. Then I'll come to, you can say, agriculture cooperation. So here in fourth point we'll talk about cooperatives. Okay, so when I talk about natural farming and organic farming, okay, so in your, first of all you must tell me what is the difference between natural farming and organic farming. So in natural farming, there is no use of input. So ultimately, without using input, plant is cultivated or grown in a natural condition without any input. So ultimately, natural farming input cost is zero or very less. Whereas in organic farming, you are using input, but those inputs are like biofertilizers, biocompost, biopesticides, organic seeds. Okay, so you are using input. So first of all you have to understand this difference. Now in your environment you have talked about its benefit also. Okay, its benefit also. Yes or no? You have talked about its benefit also. Now I am interested here in organic farming with respect to your economy. Now in your economy you talked about Krishi Paramparagat Yojana. Okay, so ultimately when you go in detail, there are other two schemes. Okay, one is participatory guarantee system or scheme, and another is national program on organic product. So can anyone tell me what it is? Participatory guarantee scheme. And number two is national program on organic products. So we have two schemes. So you have to think beyond Krishi Paramparagat. Okay. So ultimately question can be framed from here only. Okay. Now when I talk about participatory guarantee scheme, this scheme is introduced by Ministry of Agriculture. Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare. This scheme is introduced by Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Ministry of Commerce and Industry. So when you go to market to purchase organic products, so you will find that on that packaging either PGS will be written, either PGS will be written, participatory guarantee scheme, either PGS will be written or NPOP will be written. So there is a difference. Either PGS will be written or NPOP will be written. So PGS is a scheme of Agriculture Ministry or NPOP is a scheme of Ministry of Commerce. Okay, so there is a Javik logo. Okay, so Javik means organic, and in organic there are two products, either it is PGS or NPOP. So first of all we'll understand what is the difference, then only you will understand which is more organic as compared to this. NPOP is organic or PGS. So if I talk about USA, if they have to purchase product from India, organic product, they will purchase only that product which is having the logo of NPOP. They never purchase PGS. Okay, now you are going to understand why. Okay, now you are going to understand why. Clear? Okay. Now, if suppose you are a farmer, so understand the procedure. If suppose you are a farmer and you are thinking of practicing organic farming, so what you have to do? So whatever land you have to register your land with Commerce Ministry. So when I am saying registering your land with Commerce Ministry, it means you have to left your land vacant. तो कुछ साल के लिए आपको अपना लैंड खाली छोड़ना पड़ेगा फार्मिंग पर्पस के लिए. ओके, मतलब फॉर ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग के लिए खाली छोड़ना पड़ेगा, मींस यू कैन नॉट ग्रो एनीथिंग ऑन दैट. ओके, नाउ व्हाई यू आर लीविंग इट वेकेंट? बिकॉज जो भी इनऑर्गेनिक प्रॉपर्टीज हैं सॉइल की वो ऑर्गेनिक में कन्वर्ट हो जाएंगी, तो इसलिए आपको लैंड को वेकेंट छोड़ना पड़ता है कुछ साल के लिए. ओके, कुछ साल के लिए मतलब मिनिमम 3 ईयर, मैक्सिमम कैन बी एनी ईयर, टिल द टाइम your soil quality becomes organic in nature, means there should be no trace of chemical fertilizer in that soil. Once it is converted, then only you are allowed to practice organic farming again with the permission of Ministry of Commerce. And now you are practicing organic farming, you have to ensure that you are using organic inputs in terms of biopesticide, biofertilizers. Clear? So this is what you have to remember. This is what you have to remember with respect to organic inputs. Clear? Now one student is asking what is NPOP? NPOP is National Program on Organic Product. Okay, तो आपको normally books में नहीं मिलती ये चीजें, but इस पे questions रहते हैं आपके. Okay, so आप ये देखोगे organic inputs अगर आप दे रहे हो तभी आप उसके बाद इस प्रोडक्ट से, इस फील्ड से जो भी प्रोडक्ट आ रहा है दैट विल बी रिकॉग्नाइज्ड एज एनपीओपी, दैट इज नेशनल प्रोग्राम ऑन ऑर्गेनिक प्रोडक्ट. क्लियर? सो दिस इज व्हाट यू हैव टू अंडरस्टूड. सो अल्टीमेटली यू कैन से दैट देयर इज अ थर्ड पार्टी इंस्पेक्शन एवरी टाइम. फर्स्ट यू हैव टू लीव द लैंड वैकेंट एंड देन योर इनपुट मस्ट बी ऑर्गेनिक इन नेचर. ओके, बट दिस स्कीम इज ऑफ मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कॉमर्स, सो यू कैन से थर्ड पार्टी असेसमेंट इज देयर एवरी टाइम, and that third party is you can say Ministry of Commerce. So they used to conduct a regular inspection. The day they find any inorganic product is used, means fertilizers are used, so they will cancel your license. Now come to PGS. Now in PGS, if suppose there is a village, and in village if suppose there are 20 farmers, now out of that 20 farmers, majority farmers means some 14-15 farmers decided that from now onwards we will use, you can say, no chemical fertilizers, so we will use only biofertilizers, biopesticides. So Ministry of Agriculture used to declare that area as PGS, participatory guarantee scheme. Okay, as PGS. Now if you see there you are converting your soil into organic by leaving your land vacant. But here there is no such mechanism. So if suppose any state or any village decided that from now onwards we will not use chemicals or we will use only organic products as input, so government will declare or Ministry of Agriculture will declare that area as PGS. So this is what you have to remember. This is what you have to remember. So there is no third party assessment. So ultimately if you see, Sikkim is declared as the first state. Sikkim is declared as the first state to have, you can say organic, or you can say organic state. It is not as per NPOP. It is as per PGS. So there is a difference. So whatever product is coming from Sikkim, that will have a trademark of PGS on the packet. But whatever is coming, you can say in this way, that will have a trademark of NPOP. So if you see, the product of NPOP is organic in nature as compared to PGS. So in PGS still there will be some traces of chemicals. So that is why US does not recognize. I hope it is clear to everyone. I hope this concept is clear to everyone. Okay. So ultimately you can expect a question in prelims with respect to NPOP and PGS, because if you see, government is again focusing on organic farming. Okay, so US used to purchase NPOP. Okay, US used to purchase only those products which are having, you can say, recognition of NPOP. Now you understood why. Clear? Clear? So this is, you will not find in any booklet, any magazines, nothing. Okay, so I hope it is clear to you. Clear? Clear? So again come back to Krishi Unnati Yojana. So again, now you understood the relevance of first, second and third. Okay. Now ultimately sometimes you find in questions with respect to conservation agriculture, integrated farming. So always remember, they are the sustainable method, and in option whatever sustainable options are there, you have to mark it correct. Clear? So if I am talking about conservation agriculture also, so there I am using sustainable practices. Okay, so my process is like that, it is not harming any health and environment. So ultimately this is a thing. Okay, next, agriculture cooperation. Okay, so if I talk about the fourth pillar, agriculture cooperation, so you know that government right now is emphasizing on cooperative farming. Okay, government right now emphasizing on cooperative farming. Now ultimately first you have to understood what is cooperative farming. Now when I talk about cooperative farming, so ultimately if you see, in the morning I tell you, that is around 12, or you can say in the beginning of the lecture I told you that we have number of farmers, okay, or types of farmers based on land holding. Yes or no? If you see that 82 to 86% of our farmer, although when you search on Google you find some different numbers, some says 82, 83, 84, so I am taking one range. So you can say more than 80% or less than 90%. So if you see, around this much number of farmers are small and marginal in nature. So ultimately can I say that around 82 to 86% of the farmers are small and marginal. So ultimately when you are practicing agriculture on a small land, so there is no economics of scale. So economics of scale is nothing but input output. So ultimately my input will be more, my output will be less when I am practicing agriculture on a small scale. So अगर मेरे को फार्मिंग करनी है और मेरे पास छोटा लैंड है, तो मेरे को रिसोर्स तो उतने ही खरीदने हैं, बड़े लैंड के लिए भी खरीदूंगा, छोटे लैंड के लिए भी खरीदूंगा, तो बड़े लैंड के लिए भी मेरे को ट्रैक्टर खरीदना है, छोटे लैंड के लिए भी खरीदना है. तो अल्टीमेटली अगर मैं बड़े लैंड के लिए खरीदता हूं तो मेरे को कॉस्ट कम पड़ती है, इनपुट कॉस्ट, अदरवाइज ज्यादा पड़ती है. तो अल्टीमेटली इट्स अ मैथमेटिक्स. ओके, सो यहां पर अगर आप देखोगे इनपुट आउटपुट, So that is not possible. You can say is in small land it is not possible. Okay, so ultimately economics of scale is not there. Second, it means if this is a scenario, I cannot ensure crop diversification, because to practice horticulture you need large land. You need large land. Okay, so ultimately then only you will have more income. Okay, so ultimately because there in horticulture you are using technology. Now government is focusing on cooperative. So if you see in last few years government has taken so many steps with respect to cooperatives. Although cooperative is not a new concept, cooperative is a concept which started in your ancient, or you can say in modern history, that is British time period. Clear? So ultimately you can again expect a question from cooperatives, but I will tell you with respect to what initiative government has taken. So if you see, government has added part 9b, in the Constitution of India. That is immediately after part 9a, which talks about local government, and that is municipality. Okay, that is through which amendment? Can anyone tell me which constitutional amendment? Part 9b. Please tell me which constitutional amendment? No idea. Yes, it is 97th constitutional amendment. Yes, it is 97th constitutional amendment. Okay, so this is what you have to remember. Okay, this is what you have to remember. Next, that is 97th constitutional amendment. Okay, so government has introduced with 97th constitutional amendment. Apart from this, it has been added in fundamental right also. That is article 19. Okay, it has been added in fundamental right also. Also, it has been added in DPSP, and that is article 43b. Okay. So it means this is your first question with respect to cooperatives. So if they ask you what initiatives has been taken with respect to cooperatives in India, so you have to tell that government of that recently, or you can say government has made constitutional amendments by adding cooperative in these three areas, that is DPSP, fundamental right, and part 9b of the constitution. Clear? So this is what you have to remember. Yes, article 19 subclause 1 and under that subclause C. Okay, so you can say this thing. Clear? So this is the first thing that you have to remember with respect to cooperatives. Second, government has also framed, you can say, Ministry of Cooperative, or set up Ministry of Cooperative in 2019, and currently Amit Shah is the minister of this, you can say, Ministry of Cooperative in 2019. So you have to remember this also. Number three, you have to remember that government has also formed National Cooperative Policy. Okay, National Cooperative Policy. So this is the next thing that you have to remember. Clear? This is the next thing that you have to remember. Clear? Now if you go back to history, so in history if you see, although that is a part of history, but again it is relevant, either it can be asked in economy or history. So if you see, the first cooperative that was formed in history is, or you can say 1904, okay, or you can say when we have Indian Famine Commission in 1901. So government set up one committee that is under the leadership of Sir Edward Law, okay, and he recommended the formation of you can say cooperative society in 1904. So this is what you have to remember. So first time, that is, you can say, on the recommendation of Indian Famine Commission. So again it is a factual information. Indian Famine Commission that was set up in 1901. under the leadership of Sir Edward Law, and he recommended the formation of cooperative, and first cooperative was set up in 1904. That you have to remember. Clear? Clear? So can you tell me the committees related to cooperatives? Can you tell me the committees related to cooperatives in India? Now again, cooperative is important topic, because if you see frequently this topic comes in newspaper. Okay, so can anyone tell me the cooperatives related to or committees related to cooperatives in India? Anyone? Okay, so if you see, the first committee that government set up immediately after independence, so that is known as All India Rural Credit Survey Committee report. Okay, so after independence, so government has set up the first committee, All India Rural Credit Survey Committee report, 1954. So please write it. (1954). Okay, so this is the first they have set up. Number two, they have set up Chaudhary Brahm Prakash Committee in 1990. Chaudhary Brahm Prakash Committee. In 1990. Chaudhary Brahm Prakash Committee in 1990. Next, they set up Mirdha Committee. At least if you are not able to remember the year, no issue, but remember the name of the committee. They can ask you which of the following committees are related to cooperatives. Okay, so ultimately cooperatives are nowadays important. Next, Mirdha Committee. In 1996. Mirdha Committee in 1996. Next, they have set up Jagdish Kapoor Committee. Jagdish Kapoor Committee in 2000. Okay, in 2000. Next, they have set up Vikhe Patil. Okay, so it is Vikhe Vikhe Patil. So maybe I am wrong in pronunciation, but you can Vikhe Vikhe Patil Committee. Okay, so there is Vikhe Patil Committee in 2001. And last there is VS Vyas Committee in 2004. Okay, plus अगर आप देखोगे, recently they have set up committee with respect to urban cooperatives also. Okay, that is urban cooperative banks. That is NS Vishwanathan Committee or NS Vishwanathan Committee. NS Vishwanathan Committee in, you can say, 2019. Okay, so this is the latest committee, but it is only with respect to, you can say, cooperative, urban cooperative banks. Okay, so you have to remember the name of the committees. So I have given you some important committees, so you have to remember these names. Okay, so some students are asking कौन सा topic चल रहा है, तो आप on off होते रहते हो. आते हो जाते हो. So just tell you, we are talking about cooperative. Okay, so within next 20-30 minutes we'll finish our agriculture topic and then we'll move to industry. Okay, now this is about agriculture cooperatives. So this is important again for your exam. Next is submission on agriculture extension. So although this is not important, but I'll tell you what it is. Now you know that research and development in agriculture. Okay, so that is called as agriculture extension. Okay, next is national e-governance plan. So although this topic is again important for your, you can say, mains. So there you have studied about IT applications or e-technology in the aid of farmers. So we talk about that in e-governance plan. Clear? Next, submission on seed and planting material. So already we have talked about seeds. Okay, already we have talked about seeds. Okay, so we are focusing on that. Okay, so seeds, certified seeds, farmer produced seeds, seed replacement ratio. Okay, why India has low seed replacement ratio. Okay, we have talked about Plant Variety Act, open source seed movement. So these are the things we have talked about. Agriculture mechanization is again important for your mains. But again, I just want to tell you what is the status of India with respect to mechanization. Again, in India, if you see, around, you can say, less than 25% of the farmers are using machines, and whatever machines they are using, they are mostly using tractors. That is why Indian agriculture mechanization is also known as tractorization. Okay, tractorization. So ultimately when you come to use of machines, we have to use machines at various intervals. Clear? Next is mission on plant protection and plant quarantine. अब यहां पर बेसिकली हम बात करते हैं प्लांट को बचाने की. ओके, प्लांट वेराइटी एक्ट जो आपको मैंने बताया, तभी वो चीज बारी बारी न्यूज में आती है. और अगर आप देखोगे इसका कनेक्शन इन्वायरमेंट से भी है, बिकॉज इन इन्वायरमेंट यू टॉक अबाउट फॉरेस्ट एक्ट एंड प्लांट वेराइटी एक्ट, दे आर सीन टुगेदर. ओके, दे आर सीन टुगेदर. क्लियर? सो उसका रिलेवेंस आप बेटर वहीं पे समझोगे, क्योंकि फॉरेस्ट के अंदर क्या है, ट्राइबल कम्युनिटी यूज्ड टू लिव एंड दे हैव सो मेनी देयर यूनिक मेथड्स ऑफ प्रैक्टिसिंग एग्रीकल्चर विच इज नोन टू देम. बट अगर मुझे पता लग जाए, मैं उसको कमर्शियलाइज करूंगा. ओके, तो अल्टीमेटली ट्राइबल आर अनअवेयर ऑफ दिस, तो हमें ये गवर्नमेंट की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है उनको प्रोटेक्ट करना. Clear? So that is why you see this Plant Variety Act in connection with, you can say, tribal dwellings, or you can say Forest Right Act. Clear? Now integrated scheme on agriculture marketing. Now this is important. Okay, this is important. Clear? Okay, some are saying break. See, break भी मिलेगा आपको, क्यों टेंशन ले रहे हो. Okay, साथ में पढ़ते रहो और enjoy भी करते रहो यार. ओके, पढ़ाई के साथ एंजॉय करो, मतलब साथ में टी कॉफी वट एवर यू वांट टू एंजॉय यू कैन हैव. ओके, खाना वाना भी साथ में खाते रहो. ऑनलाइन ही तो देख रहे हो यार, आई हैव अ लिमिटेशन कि मैं साथ में खाना नहीं खा सकता. क्लियर? सो आप लोग तो खा सकते हो ना. क्लियर? तो अल्टीमेटली स्क्रीन को ऑन रखो. ओके, और पढ़ते रहो, सुनते भी रहो, साथ साथ लिखते भी रहो. ओके, अगर कोई सपोर्ट करने वाला है तो खाना भी खिला देगा आपको. ठीक है? क्लियर? बट मेरे पास वो ऑप्शन नहीं है अभी. ओके, इंटीग्रेटेड स्कीम फॉर एग्रीकल्चर मार्केटिंग. ओके, तो अगर मैं मार्केटिंग की बात कर रहा हूं, ये इंपॉर्टेंट है. अब यहां पर हम बात करते हैं, जब भी वी टॉक अबाउट एग्रीकल्चर मार्केटिंग, सो नो डाउट इन योर माइंड कम्स एपीएमसी और मंडीज. यस और नो? बट हियर इफ यू सी, व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट एग्रीकल्चर मार्केटिंग, now whatever crop farmer has produced, no doubt farmer has to sell in the market, but there is a mechanism. So you know that ki there are, first of all, local markets, that is known as, you can say, they are unregulated. Second, farmer has the second option to sell in APMC. So you know that mandis are there and they are regulated by government. Third, they can sell in contract farming. So ultimately this topic is for your mains. And fourth, farmer can sell its produce directly to FCI. ओके, डायरेक्टली टू FCI. तो अगर आप यहां पर देखोगे, ओके, तब अगर आप यहां पर देखोगे तो फार्मर को प्रोडक्ट सेल करने के लिए 4 ऑप्शंस है. ओके, सो फार्मर हैज 4 ऑप्शंस टू सेल इट्स प्रोडक्ट. नंबर 1 इज लोकल मार्केट, नंबर 2 APMC, नंबर 3 कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फार्मिंग एंड नंबर 4 FCI. ओके, अगर मैं बात करता हूं लोकल मार्केट की, लोकल मार्केट इज अनरेगुलेटेड इन इंडिया. ओके, सो लोकल मार्केट इज अनरेगुलेटेड इन इंडिया. ओके, तो अगर आप देखोगे लोकल मार्केट आपकी अनरेगुलेटेड है, कहां पर? इंडिया के अंदर. नंबर 1. नंबर 2, तो फार्मर को यहां पर MSP नहीं मिलता, मे और मे नॉट. ओके, मे और मे नॉट. नंबर 1. नंबर 2, अगर मैं यहां पर बात करूं मंडी, तो यहां पर there is a chances that they will get MSP, but again if suppose I am a trader in mandi and I am not giving MSP, so it is not binding on me to give you MSP. Okay, so यहां पर भी आपका MSP बाइंडिंग नहीं है. क्लियर? तो अल्टीमेटली बट यहां पर एक उम्मीद है MSP मिल जाएगा. क्लियर? बट आप फोर्स नहीं कर सकते, ये ट्रेडर आपको MSP ही देगा. ओके, सो दे कैन गेट लेस देन दैट ऑल्सो. ओके, okay, they can get less than that also. Clear? Next, contract farming. Now contract farming is between farmer and private company in advance before growing the crop. Okay, so यहां पर आपके पहले से डिसाइड होता है. अब एक आ गया FCI, यहां पर आपको MSP मिलेगा, that is for sure. Okay, MSP आपको मिलेगा. अब MSP है क्या? MSP is basically a minimum support price, that is before cropping season Government of India release a list of prices with respect to certain agriculture commodities where they decide that this should be the minimum price that farmer must get. Okay, must get. अब इसको डिसाइड कौन करता है? MSP को, MSP को डिसाइड करती है आपकी कैबिनेट कमेटी ऑन इकोनॉमिक अफेयर. ओके, MSP को डिसाइड कौन करता है? कैबिनेट कमेटी ऑन इकोनॉमिक अफेयर. So, which is headed by Prime Minister of India. Okay, so Prime Minister is the head of, or you can say is going to chair the Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs. Ultimately, Cabinet Committee of Economic Affairs को कौन recommend करता है? CACP. CACP, that is Commission on Agriculture Cost and Price. अब जब ये recommend करते हैं, तो they take into consideration certain factors. Number 1, they take into consideration the cost of production. Okay, cost of production, which they represent A2. Number 2, family labor. So ultimately you know that, or you can say cost for the family labor. So ultimately you know that farmer, when they are practicing agriculture, so no doubt along with their services they used to take the service of labor also, but in practical they take the service of the family itself. Okay, so when I am saying they take the service of the family itself, it means they are not paying any money to the family. But here you will see that family labor is included by CACP. Now some students are writing that it is represented by, or you can say prices are decided by CACP. No, prices CACP only recommend it. Finally, it is accepted by Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs. So please remember this thing. Okay. Now, family labor is also taken into consideration. And last is whatever land machines that you are using, for that there is some interest also. If suppose you have not invested in that, so they have take that into factor. Okay, so ultimately that is represented by C2. So when you take some total, so they recommend prices and ultimately they have given it to, you can say CCEA, and CCA will take the final call. Okay, so in this way they are working. Clear? So you have to remember this thing. Now no doubt I am not going to tell you the crops. So there are certain crops for which MSP is decided, like paddy, okay, raw cotton, raw jute, oil seeds, So there are so many oil seeds. So you can easily get from any sources. Okay. So ultimately it is decided for those things. So you have to understand this thing. Now once prices are given by the government of India before every cropping season, तो एक तरह से साल के अंदर 2 बार अनाउंस करती है, खरीफ सीजन से पहले और राबी सीजन से पहले. So this is what you have to remember. That is before kharif season and rabi season they used to decide. Clear? So this is what you have to remember in you can say with respect to MSP. Now once it is decided, farmer used to sell this in nearby mandi or in the hope that at least he will get MSP. But if any trader is not giving MSP, so you cannot penalize that trader. Okay, so ultimately there is no legal backing for MSP. So this is what the second thing that you have to remember. Clear? Now when it comes to APMC, you have to remember these things, that those who are taking part in APMC as a trader, they have to take license. Okay, and license is given by district collector or district office or DC office, or some places we call it district magistrate. So ultimately tomorrow you get selected and I want to become a trader. Okay, so I have to take a license from you. Okay, so ultimately district collector office has been given the responsibility to give license to the trader. Next, if you see in every district there must be at least one mandi or APMC. At least if the size of the district is big, so it has more than one mandi. Okay, otherwise one. Okay, so ultimately this APMC is a state act. So central government has given a model act. Okay, third, central government wants that in every mandi there should be a proper storage facility, or you can say warehouse facility. This is a third feature. And fourth, there must be a testing lab. Testing lab means in order to check the quality of your product. Clear? So there must be testing lab. Clear? Clear? So one student is asking, sir, explain last point. See, last point basically what CACP used to do, like when I spend money on land, so ultimately if suppose I have not spent, so I am getting some rate of interest, so they take into consideration that point. Clear? Clear? So this is what you have to understand. Okay, so these are the things that you have to remember. Now we will come to FCI. Okay. Okay, we will come to FCI, but before FCI, if you see, this is what is the condition for mandis, but in reality, when farmer used to go into the mandi, जब farmer mandi में जाएगा, तो उसको MSP नहीं मिलता, and he become, you can say upset, or he became upset. So ultimately he has no choice, he has to sell at less price. So हमने बात करी थी डिस्ट्रेस सेल की, इसको कहते हैं डिस्ट्रेस सेल, और उसके लिए केसीसी आपका एक क्या दे रहा है, आपको बेनिफिट दे रहा है. सो दिस इज व्हाट यू हैव टू रिमेंबर. क्लियर? नेक्स्ट अगर आप बात करो यहां पर कि अगर अब इस डिस्ट्रेस सेल को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने 2016 में एक प्रोजेक्ट लेके आई ई नैम का. तो ई नैम में हम क्या कर रहे हैं, जितनी भी मंडीज है पूरे इंडिया में उनको एक सिंगल प्लेटफॉर्म के ऊपर इंटीग्रेट कर रहे हैं. अब इंटीग्रेट करने का पर्पस क्या है कि अगर सपोज कर लो आप मोबाइल शॉप पे जाते हो फिजिकली, तो जब आप कोई मोबाइल पसंद करते हो तो वो आपको प्राइस बताता है, तो आप इमीडिएटली क्या करते हो, अपने ऑनलाइन चेक करते हो. सो यहां पर भी यही चीज है कि अगर फार्मर किसी को अपना प्रोडक्ट सेल कर रहा है, ओके, और वो प्राइस अच्छा नहीं दे रहा, तो ही कैन चेक कि यही सेम प्रोडक्ट का प्राइस किसी और जगह पे कितने का मिल रहा है. तो दिस इज व्हाट ई नैम. सो इट विल हेल्प टू इंक्रीज द बार्गेनिंग पावर ऑफ फार्मर. नंबर वन. नंबर टू, अगर आप देखोगे अगर ऐसा हो रहा है तो व्हाट विल हैपन फर्दर. तो अगर आप देखोगे अभी हर मंडी के लिए मुझे अलग अलग लाइसेंस लेना पड़ता था एज अ ट्रेडर. तो अगर मेरे एरिया में मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट बड़ा है और 2 मंडीज हैं, तो मेरे को लाइसेंस अलग से लेना पड़ेगा. अब यहां पर यूनिफाइड लाइसेंस हो जाएगा. ठीक है. नंबर 3, अगर आप जब मंडीज के ड्रॉबैक पढ़ोगे तो वहां पर मिडल मैन का एक कॉन्सेप्ट है कि मिडल मैन इमर्ज होता है. तो अगर ई नैम के अंदर वो मिडल मैन भी नहीं होगा, तो दिस इज द बेस्ट थिंग. क्लियर? तो यहां पर कई सारे बेनिफिट्स हैं ई नैम के. तो गवर्नमेंट अभी इसके ऊपर काम कर रही है. तो गवर्नमेंट, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को आईटी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए ग्रांट्स भी दे रही है, उनको इंसेंटिवाइज भी कर रही है कि आप ई-नैम का पार्ट बनो। क्लियर? क्लियर? सो दिस इज अबाउट योर ई-नैम। नाउ कमिंग टू नेक्स्ट, FCI. So as I told you, in FCI there are two things. So can anyone tell me what is the objective of FCI? Can anyone tell me what is the objective of FCI? Please tell me. But obviously interstate. So one student is writing that sir e-NAM से interstate भी बेच सकते हैं। Yes, तो अगर देखोगे पहली सेल हुई थी तेलंगाना और आंध्र प्रदेश के बीच में, इंटरस्टेट सेल हुई थी। ओके, व्हाट इज द रोल ऑफ FCI? तो आज देखा जाए आपको कितना पता है FCI के बारे में। ओके, FCI के दो काम है। FCI के दो काम है। दो काम क्या है? एक तो उनको फूड ग्रेन्स को परचेज करना होता है। ओके, एक तो उनको फूड ग्रेन्स को परचेज करना होता है। ओके, किस लिए? कि अगर कल को मार्केट के अंदर शॉर्टेज हो जाए, अगर कल को फूड ग्रेन की शॉर्टेज मार्केट के अंदर हो जाए, ओके, तो अल्टीमेटली जो भी शॉर्टेज हुआ है उसको हम, उस वैक्यूम को हम फुलफिल करेंगे अपने स्टॉक से मार्केट में रिलीज करके। क्लियर? दूसरा, गवर्नमेंट की कई सारी स्कीम्स हैं जिसके अंदर वो फूड ग्रेन्स पुअर पर्सन को देते हैं, लाइक PDS। तो उन स्कीम्स के लिए भी फूड ग्रेन्स का स्टॉक मेंटेन करना होता है। क्लियर? तो अल्टीमेटली यहां पर ये बात होती है। तो इसके दो काम है। पहला मार्केट स्टेबलाइजेशन के लिए फूड ग्रेन्स का स्टॉक मेंटेन करता है। दूसरा, पॉवर्टी रिलेटेड और पुअर रिलेटेड स्कीम्स लाइक PDS, जिसके अंदर गवर्नमेंट फूड ग्रेन्स दे रही है। ओके, फूड ग्रेन्स दे रही है। तो ये दो काम करता है। तो आप नहीं समझ आया तो आप इसको ऐसे भी समझ सकते हो कि जब भी, अगर मैं पूरा आपको होलिस्टिक व्यू दिखाऊं, तो अगर ये फार्मर है, so there is a farmer who is cultivating some crop, so using various inputs like land, fertilizer, seeds, okay, so many inputs, water, so they have cultivated some product, okay, crops. Now ultimately this crop has to be sold. So when it comes to selling, so farmer either can sell it directly in rural market or rural areas, or you can say local areas. So पास वाले किसी शहर में जाके खुद ही बेच आया, so मंडी जाने की जरूरत ही नहीं है। ओके, so लोकल एरिया में सेल कर दिया, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, he can go to mandi which are regulated by APMC. So there we have seen that what are the features. नंबर 3, अगर मैं मंडी से भी आगे जाऊं, तो अगर देखोगे आप, तो हम यहां पर भी कर सकते हैं कि मंडी के बाद अगर मैं देखूं तो हम कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फार्मिंग पे भी जाते हैं, तो फार्मर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फार्मिंग में भी जा सकता है। एंड नंबर 4, FCI। तो अल्टीमेटली चाहे रूरल एरिया से हो, चाहे लोकल एरिया से हो, चाहे मंडी से हो, तो आपका ये प्रोडक्ट मार्केट में जा रहा है। यहां से भी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फार्मिंग से भी मार्केट में भी जा रहा है, जहां पर पीपल लाइक you and me used to purchase. Okay, people like you and me used to purchase. But sometimes what happened, there are some people in our economy, those who cannot afford this market, okay, or you can say prices at the markets, for example poor person. So for them government of India has launched, you can say has the role of FCI. Okay, so अब यहां पर FCI को दो काम दिए गए हैं कि यू मेंटेन स्टॉक फॉर 2 पर्पस। नंबर 1, अगर मार्केट में कभी शॉर्टेज हुआ किसी क्रॉप का, ओके, अगर मार्केट में किसी क्रॉप का शॉर्टेज हुआ, ओके, तो आपसे हम स्टॉक लेंगे और मार्केट में रिलीज करेंगे। सिमिलरली अगर पुअर पर्सन को हमें जो फूड ग्रेन चलाने के लिए स्कीम चाहिए, तो भी हम यहां से यहां लेके जाएंगे। क्लियर? तो अल्टीमेटली FCI के दो रोल है। आई होप इट इज क्लियर टू यू। तो अल्टीमेटली अगर आपके सिलेबस में भी देखोगे, मेंस के उसमें लिखा भी है बफर स्टॉक। ओके, सो यहां पर बफर स्टॉक के दो काम है। एक तो आपको स्टॉक मेंटेन करना पड़ता है जब भी मार्केट में किसी क्रॉप का शॉर्टेज होता है, ओके, तो उसकी वजह से इन्फ्लेशन होने के पूरे चांसेस है। तो वो इन्फ्लेशन ना हो तो हम क्या करते हैं, यहां से फूड ग्रेन्स को रिलीज कर देते हैं मार्केट में, ताकि डिमांड सप्लाई बैलेंस दोबारा हो जाए। सो दिस इज व्हाट वी आर डूइंग। दूसरा फूड ग्रेन चलाने के लिए, तो अभी मैं इस चीज की बात कर रहा हूं, तो आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस। तो मैंने देख रहा हूं कि काफी स्टूडेंट इसमें यही लिख रहे हैं कि सर पीडीएस रन करने के लिए, सो इट इज नॉट फॉर पीडीएस, इट इज फॉर कंप्लीट। आई होप इट इज क्लियर टू यू। Okay, so I can now enjoy my tea along with your class. Okay. So some are saying Hindi language wala batch. See, it is English medium only. Okay. So वो तो on special request on demand from the students. So I am using Hindi English mix. Okay. Clear? Okay. So you some are saying what about sir आप चाय पी रहे हो, तो you can also enjoy tea. So you can tell anyone कि give you tea. Okay. बट पीनी अपने आप ही पड़ेगी, कोई और नहीं पिलाएगा। ओके क्लियर। अब हम यहां बात करते हैं पीडीएस की। अब जब मैं पीडीएस की बात करता हूं, तो पीडीएस के अंदर एफसीआई हैज बीन गिवन अ टास्क टू प्रोक्योर द फूड आइटम्स। ओके, एफसीआई हैज बीन गिवन अ टास्क टू प्रोक्योर द फूड आइटम्स। ओके, सो अब ये जो फूड आइटम्स है, ओके, ये जो फूड आइटम्स है और फूड ग्रेन्स है, they will be given to state governments on their demand. They will be given to state governments on their demand. Okay, and state government will further, so whenever state government will demand that we need these items, okay, then only this will be given. And on the demand of state government, once state government received food grains from FCI, so it will be further given to retail shops, or you can say fair price shops. Retail shops here are fair price shop, जिसको आप राशन शॉप्स भी बोलते हो। ओके, जिसको आप क्या बोलते हो, राशन शॉप भी बोलते हो। अब इसके ऊपर भी क्वेश्चन आ रखा है, किस वे में आया हुआ है, दे हैव आस्क्ड का क्वेश्चन कि इनमें से कौन से एरियाज है, ओके, इनमें से कौन से एरियाज है जहां पर अगर आप देखोगे, और कौन सी जगह है जहां पर अगर आप देखोगे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने, मतलब सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट पैसे लगाती है और कहां पर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट पैसे लगाती है। फूड ग्रेन्स खरीदने की जिम्मेदारी, और हु हैज द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी टू परचेज फूड ग्रेन्स, द फूड ग्रेन्स रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी इज विद सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट। सो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट विल परचेज फूड ग्रेन्स फ्रॉम द फार्मर and store it in, you can say, in their FCI godown. Okay, and whenever states will demand, as I told you, then they will transport it to the state government. Okay, so ultimately this procurement and transportation cost is given by state government, oh sorry, central government. Okay, so procurement cost and transportation cost is given by central government. Now ultimately when it comes to giving it to the fair price shop, which is also known as ration shop, so distribution and setting up of fair price shop as well as identification of beneficiary is the responsibility of state government, and hence whatever cost is there that will be given by state government. So दोबारा बोल रहा हूं एक बारी कि whatever food grains has to be procured, okay, for PDS, or you can say poverty related scheme, plus transporting those food grains to state government, okay, to state government, that has the responsibility of central government. So ultimately cost will be given by central government. Okay, so ultimately cost will be given by central government with respect to, you can say, procurement and transportation. Okay, ultimately once it reaches to states, so distribution to fair price shop plus setting up of fair price shop plus you can say identification of beneficiary, that cost will be given by state government. Clear? So this is what you have to remember with respect to this whole process. Okay, this whole process. So this is about, you can say, your PDS. Now come to next part. Okay, अगर आप देखोगे PDS के अंदर from fair price shop, those who are beneficiary, they get food grains, that is per person will get 5 kg food grains, that is right wheat and pulses 1, 2 and 3 rupees per kg. Okay, but there is another scheme, Antyodaya Anna Yojana. Okay, but before coming to that, central government will give you food grains only, rice, wheat and pulses, but if state government want to add some other items, like they want to add some another food grain or food items, so state governments are allowed to do, but central government will not give any money for that. Okay, ना तो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट उसको खरीदेगी, प्रोक्योर करेगी, ना ही उसको ट्रांसपोर्ट करेगी, वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है. फूड आइटम्स के अलावा नॉन फूड आइटम्स भी दे सकते हैं लोग. Okay, like if suppose in Delhi there is, you can say, cold, so during cold time, if suppose Delhi government wants to give, you can say, blanket to the poor person, so they can give. Okay, so under PDS, state government, if they want to add another item apart from food, apart from rice, wheat and pulses, they can add. Okay, but for that cost will not be given. And under PDS, whatever item you are giving it to the individual. So this is what you have to remember. Now, ultimately, शुगर भी दे सकती है, लेकिन शुगर आपकी मर्जी है कि मतलब सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट नहीं देती. ओके, सो सेंटर नहीं देती, स्टेट्स अपने आप प्रोक्योर करके देती है. ऐसे केरोसिन भी देती है. ओके ओके, नाउ अल्टीमेटली अंत्योदय अन्न योजना. अब जितने भी पुअर है उसमें से पुअरेस्ट ऑफ पुअर जो है, अंत्योदय अन्न योजना इज फॉर देम. पुअरेस्ट ऑफ पुअर. अब मैं अगर उसकी बात करूं पुअरेस्ट ऑफ पुअर की, ओके, तो उसके अंदर अगर आप देखोगे सबसे पहले कौन से आते हैं आपके पुअरेस्ट ऑफ पुअर में. ओके, पुअरेस्ट ऑफ पुअर में अगर आप देखोगे, जैसे कि जितने भी स्मॉल और मार्जिनल फार्मर्स है, जितने भी लोग हैं जो इनफॉर्मल सेक्टर में काम करते हैं, विडोज, ओके, हाउसेज विच आर हेडेड बाय विडोज, ओके, डिसेबल, terminally ill person, so those are part of, you can say, they are regarded as poorest of poor. Okay, they are regarded as poorest of poor. So ultimately small and marginal farmer, so they are regarded as poorest of poor. Okay, similarly if you see disabled person, okay, either single or you can say they are heading the family, so they are poorest of poor. Widows, they are also poorest of poor. तो ultimately इन सबको हम poorest of poor में लेते हैं, and they have no sufficient source of income. Clear? अब अंत्योदय अन्न योजना के अंदर, that is in that complete cost is given by state government. Okay, central government is not going to give any money in this. Central government only procure the food grains and give it to the state government, but they charge for that. Okay, so ultimately they charge transportation. Only procurement cost is given by central government in Antyodaya Anna Yojana, like we have seen in PDS, procurement and transportation, but in Antyodaya Anna Yojana only procurement cost is given by the central government. Rest of the cost, that is transportation plus distribution plus setting up a fair price shop as well as identification of beneficiary, is done by the state government, so cost is given by them. Okay, and in PDS we are targeting individual, that per individual you will get 5 kg, but in Antyodaya Anna Yojana we are targeting household, that is 35 kg per household. Okay, so this is what you have to understand. So I hope it is clear to you. Okay. Okay. Clear. Clear. So I hope it is clear to you. Now moving further. See, when I am saying widows, so it is not all widows. So we are saying that widows, those who are heading the household, as well as single widows also, they don't have, you can say, any sustainable source of livelihood. उन widows की बात कर रहे हैं. अब ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई rich family से है and that person or lady is widow. So in that case, we are not talking about that entity or that person. Clear? We are only talking about that person who is not having migrant workers. Again, migrant workers, okay, they are working in informal sector. So I use a word, that person who is working in informal sector. So they don't have sufficient income or sustainable source of livelihood. So they are part of, you can say, this scheme, Antyodaya Anna Yojana. Clear? अब इनके बेनिफिट के लिए गवर्नमेंट ने एक और स्कीम निकाली थी, वन नेशन वन राशन कार्ड. सो अल्टीमेटली अ पर्सन, ideally what happened, that identification has to be done in one state, but if some person has moved from other state, so now person is entitled to take food grains from another state also. So government has come out with one nation one ration card. So ultimately you are staying in any state, okay, but you are registered in any one of the states, so you are entitled to take food grains from any state. So this is what you have to remember. Clear? Okay, clear. So this is about, you can say, agriculture. Now in agriculture, so there is, you can say, one very famous scheme, Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. So I just want to talk about that only, and then we'll shift to next topic. Okay, so after Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, then we'll shift to next topic. Okay, that is our industry topic. So again, it is interesting one. Okay, so अगर मैं प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना की बात करता हूं, तो यहां पर सबसे पहले आपको पता होना चाहिए कि जब भी हम इंश्योरेंस की बात करते हैं, whenever we talk about insurance, so there are some basic questions. Insurance for what? Or insurance against what? So ultimately, if you see, we are talking about insurance against any natural calamity. Okay, we are not talking about any man-made disaster. So we are talking about only natural calamity. So if there is any natural calamity, and due to that natural calamity some area get disturbed, so you are entitled to get the insurance claim, otherwise not. Okay, so ultimately any natural calamity, okay, and that natural calamity is responsible for damaging your standing crop. Standing crop means which you are cultivating, or you can say which are, you can say, still in the field, or if suppose you have cut or harvested it, okay, and then you are planning to take it to the mandi, and if during that time also there is any natural calamity, your crop get disturbed, or you can say get damaged, so then also you get the claim. Okay, so you can say post harvest also. Okay, you can say post harvest also. Now in order to avail this thing, you have to, or those farmers who are interested, see, earlier it was voluntarily for some farmers, but for some it is mandatory. Now a farmer who has taken a loan, for them it is mandatory to register in Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. Okay, Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. Okay, so it is voluntarily to register yourself in Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. But now under this, you have to pay, or you can say now it is voluntarily for all the farmers. So ये याद रखना कि पहले क्या था, earlier voluntarily for some farmers, and for some farmers it is mandatory, and for those it is mandatory, they have to be, or you can say those who have taken agricultural loans, for them it is mandatory. So this is what you have to remember. But now it has voluntarily for all types of farmers. Either a farmer has taken a loan or not. So it is voluntarily. So it depends on the wish of the farmer, they want to take the benefit of this scheme or not. Now under this, now whenever you take insurance in life, you have to pay premium also. Okay, you have to pay premium also. So when I am taking about, or when I am talking about that to pay the premium, okay, what does it mean? That for Kharif crop, farmer has to pay for Kharif crop it is 2% premium. Rest is equally shared between. So for example, आप भी इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी कराते हो, तो आपने सपोज 10,000 रुपए दिए, उसके अगेंस्ट आप क्लेम ले सकते हो 5 लाख का फॉर एग्जांपल. तो ये जो 10,000 रुपए आप दे रहे हो, ये आपकी पॉकेट से जा रहे हैं, इसको हम कहते हैं प्रीमियम. ओके, अब यहां पर ये बोलते हैं कि गवर्नमेंट बोलती है कि फार्मर को जो भी पैसे देने हैं उसका 2%, अगर खरीफ क्रॉप है तो 2% फार्मर देगा, बाकी के जो पैसे हैं वो सेंटर और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट इक्वली देंगे. ओके, अगर राबी सीजन का है तो 1.5% प्रीमियम फार्मर देगा. ओके, बाकी के सेंटर और स्टेट इक्वली देंगे. और अगर हॉर्टिकल्चर क्रॉप है तो उसके अंदर 5% प्रीमियम फार्मर देगा, बाकी का सेंटर और स्टेट मिलके देंगे. सो दिस इज व्हाट यू हैव टू रिमेंबर विद रिस्पेक्ट टू दिस थिंग. ओके, नाउ अब जो भी क्लेम है वो किस बेसिस पे मिलेगा? जो भी आप क्रॉप ग्रो कर रहे हो उसका जो भी एमएसपी है, ओके, उसका जो भी एमएसपी है वो आपको एज अ क्लेम मिलेगा जितनी भी आपकी क्रॉप डैमेज हुई है फील्ड से. ओके, बट देयर आर सम क्रॉप्स फॉर विच एमएसपी इज नॉट देयर. बट देयर आर सम क्रॉप्स फॉर विच एमएसपी इज नॉट देयर. उस केस में हम क्या कर रहे हैं? इन दैट केस वट एवर इज द फार्म गेट प्राइस, मींस मंडी गेट पे जो भी आप बेच रहे हो उसका एवरेज लेंगे हम पूरे इंडिया लेवल पे. ओके, तो जो भी है उस हिसाब से आपको क्लेम मिलेगा. अगर इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज आपको क्लेम देने में डिले करती है तो जितना भी डिले करेंगी उसके ऊपर 12% रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट के साथ देंगी. ओके, सो दिस इज द नेक्स्ट थिंग दैट यू हैव टू रिमेंबर विद रिस्पेक्ट टू दिस स्कीम. ओके, नेक्स्ट अगर आप इसमें देखोगे इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज जो हैं दोनों है, पब्लिक भी है प्राइवेट भी है. ओके, तो दोनों इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज में पार्टिसिपेट करती है. अगर प्राइवेट कंपनी है तो दे हैव टू रजिस्टर्ड विद स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, देन ओनली दे कैन पार्टिसिपेट. क्लियर? सो दिस इज व्हाट यू हैव टू रिमेंबर एंड दिस इज अबाउट एग्रीकल्चर. सो व्हाटएवर इज इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर दिस ईयर वी हैव कवर्ड. Okay, so now we are shifting to industry, so you can take a break of 5 minutes. Okay. One student is asking about plantation crop. Okay, PM Asha I'll talk about in inflation chapter, don't worry about it. Okay, PM Asha के बारे में बात करूंगा लेकिन inflation chapter में बात करूंगा. Okay, क्योंकि उसका मेन रोल वहीं पे ही है. Okay, तो वहां पर हम बात करते हैं, या फिर पॉवर्टी की जब स्कीम्स की बात करेंगे तब बात करेंगे. क्लियर? 12% इट इज बेसिकली जितना भी डिले हो रहा है. ओके, तो ईयरली बेस पे होता है वो 12%. इट इज नॉट पर मंथ. ओके, नाउ कम टू नेक्स्ट टॉपिक. Inflation. So when I talk about inflation, so first of all you must know, so inflation although important for your both prelims and means, so if you see with respect to prelims, okay, very, you can say very less topics are there. So first of all you must know the types of inflation. So there is, you can say, creeping inflation, trotting inflation, galloping inflation, runaway inflation, hyperinflation. Okay, so there are 5 types of inflation. Okay, so ultimately you must know the classification, why we have classified. So if suppose your inflation is in the rate of 2 to 4%, that is creeping. अगर इससे थोड़ा सा ज्यादा होता है per year और per annum, so if rate of inflation is more than 4%, or you can say up to 6-7%, okay, or you can say 6 to 10%, you can take it briefly, okay. So that is trotting. If it is around 10-12%, that is galloping. If it is more than 14-15% per annum, then it is okay, then it is, you can say, we can have, तो अगर तब देखोगे तब आपका रनअवे इन्फ्लेशन है, एंड फाइनली अगर आपका पर मंथ इन्फ्लेशन हो रहा है, दैट इज नोन एज हाइपर इन्फ्लेशन. सो यू मस्ट नो दैट देयर आर 5 टाइप्स ऑफ इन्फ्लेशन: क्रीपिंग, ट्रॉटिंग, गैलोपिंग, runaway and hyper. So creeping 2 to 4% per annum, trotting 6 to 10%. So although little bit in range, that can be plus minus 1 to you can do. Okay. Next. Okay. Next. यहाँ पर कई स्टूडेंट इंग्लिश हिंदी को ही लेके डिवाइड होते रहते हैं. अरे भाई पढ़ लो यार हिंदी इंग्लिश को लेके. ओके, मतलब यू वांट टू यू हैव एप्पल आईफोन बट हिंदी में बात करो, ये क्या यार सेंस है यार. सो यू मस्ट मेंटेन डेकोरम ऑफ द क्लास. क्लियर? ओके, 11 to 12%. ओके, 11 to 12%. ओके, अब वहां शेम नहीं होगी इनको यार. ओके, रन अवे इन्फ्लेशन 14%. Okay, and this is 20% per month. Clear? So this is what you have to understood. Okay, this is types of inflation. Now if you see the reasons for inflation, so reason is demand pull inflation. So whenever money supply get increased, okay, so in that case you can say the reason for that inflation is known as demand pull inflation. Okay, तो आप देखोगे demand pull inflation का basic reason ही क्या है? Money supply. So whenever money supply get increased, so demand pull inflation is there. Clear? Okay. सेकेंड इज कॉस्ट पुश इन्फ्लेशन. जब भी आपके फैक्टर्स ऑफ प्रोडक्शन का प्राइस बढ़ता है, ओके, जब भी आपके फैक्टर्स ऑफ प्रोडक्शन का प्राइस बढ़ता है उसको हम कहते हैं कॉस्ट पुश इन्फ्लेशन. ओके, सो दिस इज व्हाट यू हैव टू रिमेंबर. ओके, सो जब भी फैक्टर्स ऑफ प्रोडक्शन का प्राइस बढ़ता है उसकी वजह से जो महंगाई होती है, दैट इज नोन एज कॉस्ट पुश इन्फ्लेशन. सो दिस इज व्हाट यू हैव टू रिमेंबर. क्लियर? सो दिस इज व्हाट यू हैव टू रिमेंबर. क्लियर? Next is structural inflation, also known as bottleneck inflation. Structural inflation, also known as bottleneck inflation. Now, whenever there is a lack of quality infrastructure, that is responsible for structural inflation. Okay, so अगर poor quality of infrastructure है, जैसे मैंने आपको सुबह बताया था कि 14% ऑफ योर लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट इज 14% ऑफ जीडीपी, whereas in other countries it is less than 14%. So that is known as structural inflation. So this is what you have to remember. Clear? I hope it is clear to you. Okay, now one student is again and again asking Kamal Nayan that what is market stabilization bond. So I am just interrupting from this topic. See, market stabilization bond is nothing. जब भी गवर्नमेंट इंटरवेन कर रही है, ओके, इंटरवेन कर रही है एक्सेस लिक्विडिटी को एब्जॉर्ब करने के लिए या इंक्रीज करने के लिए, ओके, उसको मार्केट स्टेबलाइजेशन स्कीम बोलते हैं. सो अल्टीमेटली इट्स अ पार्ट ऑफ दैट ओनली. तो नॉर्मली इसमें आप ओपन मार्केट ऑपरेशन यूज करते हो, सो दैट इज अ पार्ट ऑफ दैट. क्लियर? तो इसमें मतलब ओके तो अल्टीमेटली मैं आपको बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट में एक टर्म बताऊंगा स्टरलाइजेशन, तो वहां पर भी आपको ये यूज करूंगा, सो डोंट वरी अबाउट इट। ओके नेक्स्ट स्ट्रक्चरल इन्फ्लेशन। तो अगर आप देखोगे ये तीन मेजर रीजंस हैं फॉर इन्फ्लेशन। तो जब भी पैसे अगर बढ़ रहे हैं, मनी सप्लाई अगर आपकी मार्केट में बढ़ रही है तो इन्फ्लेशन होगी, एंड दैट टाइप ऑन एंड दैट यू कैन से दैट आल्सो बिकम अ रीजन, और उसको हम कहते हैं डिमांड पुल इन्फ्लेशन। सो दिस इज फर्स्ट रीजन। सेकंड कॉस्ट पुश इन्फ्लेशन। अगर सपोज कर लो लेबर स्ट्राइक पे चली गई तो अल्टीमेटली सप्लाई साइड आपकी कम हो जाएगी, तो भी इन्फ्लेशन होगी। डिमांड इज कांस्टेंट बट सप्लाई साइड हैज रिड्यूस्ड। थर्ड इज स्ट्रक्चरल इन्फ्लेशन। तो अगर मैं स्ट्रक्चरल इन्फ्लेशन की बात करूं, ओके स्ट्रक्चरल इन्फ्लेशन की बात करूं, तो यहां पर अगर मैं बात करूं स्ट्रक्चरल की, ओके तो अगर आपके पास पुअर क्वालिटी ऑफ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है उसको हम स्ट्रक्चरल इन्फ्लेशन कहते हैं। इसके अलावा अगर आप देखोगे स्पेक्यूलेशन, so if suppose there is a speculation which we call rumors, so that is also responsible for increasing the prices, although for short time period, but they are responsible. Next, hoarding. So you have seen in old movies there are big lalas, okay they are responsible for you can say illegally store some products in order to disturb the market. So that is called hoarding. Next, if you see, there is nowadays another practice by businessman, cartelization. So if suppose 2 or 3 companies together, ठीक है, they form a group and they decided to increase the price of a commodity, so that is called as cartelization. So there was a famous case of cement company also. Okay, cement company where group of cement companies in 2011-12 they increased the price of cement bag. So cement is important or essential commodity, so ultimately that is known as cartelization. Now if you see, if you want to manage demand pull inflation, you need the role of monetary policy as well as you can say government. Okay, गवर्नमेंट मीन्स यू कैन से फिस्कल पॉलिसी एज वेल एज एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रोल। क्योंकि अगर आप देखोगे मनी सप्लाई एक तो आपके लीगल तरीके से बढ़ी, जैसे कि बाहर से पैसा आया, ओके फॉरेन से पैसा आया आपकी इकोनॉमी में, तो मनी सप्लाई बढ़ी लीगल तरीके से। बट अगर इलीगल तरीके से आपकी इकोनॉमी में मनी सप्लाई बढ़ी है, सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल ब्लैक मनी फॉर विच आरबीआई हैज नो रिकॉर्ड, ओके इवन गवर्नमेंट हैज नो रिकॉर्ड। फॉर एग्जाम्पल मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग, for example you can say fake notes, counterfeit notes, okay these are what, okay for example smuggling की वजह से आपकी कंट्री में मनी आ गए, डॉलर्स आ गए, ओके तो कहीं किसी ने बाहर स्मगल किया कोई आइटम और डॉलर्स आ गए, तो जितने भी ये चीजें हैं इसकी वजह से बढ़ रही है। तो यहां पर अगर आप देखोगे वी नीड अ रोल ऑफ एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, ओके सो अल्टीमेटली ईडी सीबीआई रोल इज देयर, क्लियर। बट व्हेनेवर मनी सप्लाई इंक्रीज्ड ड्यू टू लीगल मेथड, तो यू कैन से मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी प्लेज अ रोल। अब कॉस्ट पुश हो चाहे स्ट्रक्चरल हो, उसके लिए फिस्कल पॉलिसी हैज अ रोल, ओके एंड अगेन हियर फॉर दीज 3 एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन प्ले अ रोल। फॉर एग्जांपल स्पेक्यूलेशन, ओके फॉर स्पेक्यूलेशन वी हैव आईटी एक्ट। सो इफ सपोज समवन इज इंडल्ज इन स्पेक्यूलेशन, सो आईटी एक्ट विल बी इन्वोक्ड, क्लियर। Okay, but obviously one student is asking sir last वाले जो points हैं वो but obviously अगर होर्डिंग करके बैठे हो आप लाइक अनियन के केस में, सो अनियन के केस में अगर मैं होल्ड कर लूं तो उसका इंपैक्ट आता तो है। दैट इज वाई गवर्नमेंट और यू कैन से पुलिस बिकम प्रोएक्टिव दैट टाइम कि अनियन के प्राइस बढ़ रहे हैं तो कोई होल्ड करके तो नहीं बैठा, क्लियर। होर्डिंग, जब भी होर्डिंग होती है तो वी हैव एसेंशियल कमोडिटी एक्ट, and for cartelization, to stop the practice of cartelization, we have Competition Commission of India. Okay, we have Competition Commission of India, so this is what you have to remember, clear, so these are the things that you have to remember with respect to inflation. Okay, उसके बाद अगर आप देखोगे इन्फ्लेशन को मेजर करने के लिए हमारे पास WPI है, CPI है। ओके, WPI में कितनी आइटम्स है? 697 आइटम्स है। ओके, कितनी आइटम? 697। तो पहले 676 आइटम्स थी। सो दिस इज व्हाट यू हैव टू रिमेंबर। क्लियर? क्लियर? Second, see, if any student has missed any topic, so this video will remain on your YouTube only. Like Shubhi Chauhan is writing, sir, I missed monetary policy tool. So Shubhi Chauhan, please understand my situation also. I cannot go back and again explain the same thing because I have to cover other things also. Okay, so please cooperate. Okay, now some want to know my qualification. Definitely I'll tell you in the end, don't worry about it. Okay, 697 items. Okay, next. Okay, next, if you see this WPI is measured by, okay, this WPI is measured by department, you can say Ministry of Commerce and Industry, and in Ministry of Commerce and Industry there is Office of Economic Advisor. Okay, and Office of Economic Advisor come under DPIIT. Okay, Office of Economic Advisor come under DPIIT. So you can say it is measured by DPIIT. Okay, जिसके अंदर कौन सा डिपार्टमेंट है, और यू कैन से कौन सा ऑफिस है? ऑफिस ऑफ इकोनॉमिक एडवाइजर, and ultimately Ministry of Commerce and Industry. This is what you have to remember. And finally, if you see, when I talk about this thing, so if you see, it is published on monthly basis. मंथली बेसिस के बाद आपको नेक्स्ट चीज जो इसमें याद रखनी है, मंथली बेसिस के बाद, कि अगर मैं WPI की बात करता हूं, ठीक है, WPI में जितनी भी आइटम्स है वो कितनी है? सारी क्या है? गुड्स है। सारी आपकी क्या है? गुड्स है। ओके, देयर इज नो सर्विस इन दैट। ओके, प्लस इफ यू सी द बेस ईयर फॉर WPI is 2011-12. Okay, 2011-12. Okay, so ultimately this is an important fact that you have to remember. Okay, this is the important fact that you have to remember. Now अगर मैं CPI की बात करता हूं, तो CPI के अंदर अलग अलग वेरिएंट्स हैं, लाइक CPI एग्रीकल्चर लेबर, CPI इंडस्ट्रियल वर्कर, CPI रूरल लेबर, CPI रूरल, CPI अर्बन एंड CPI कंबाइंड। तो अगर आप इसमें आइटम्स देखोगे, 260 आइटम्स आर हेयर, 260 आइटम्स आर हेयर, 260 आइटम्स आर हेयर, 460 in urban and 448 items in rural. Clear? And ultimately in CPI combined, this item is important. अगर ये नहीं भी याद रखोगे चलेगा, but CPI combined याद रखना, CPI combined में 200 items है। Okay, ये जरूर याद रखना, in CPI combined there are 200 items. Clear? Clear? Okay, so this is what you have to remember. Now in 200 items there are both goods and services. Now some are asking that imported goods भी होंगे इसमें? Yes, होते हैं भाई। अब एक बताओ ना, क्रूड ऑयल आप पूरा मंगवा रहे हो बाहर से, तो उसको प्राइस नहीं लोगे? So definitely you are going to take, see, if you apply common sense, some question are based on common sense only. Okay, fertilizers, तो मैंने आपको बताया जब fertilizers किया, तो हम fertilizers के लिए डिपेंडेंट है, लाइक पोटेशियम के लिए तो 100% डिपेंडेंट है। अब ऐसा तो है नहीं विदाउट पोटेशियम हम कोई प्रोडक्ट ग्रो कर रहे हैं, तो उसका प्राइस भी हम लेते ही हैं। क्लियर? सो दिस इज व्हाट यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड। क्लियर? आई होप द क्वेश्चन हैज बीन आस्क्ड बाय anonymous man. Okay, so anonymous man, if you put your name, then it will be best for me to call by your name. So it seems anonymous man is like, okay, so I am talking to any alien. Okay, so ultimately 200 items are there. Okay, so goods and services. Now next if you see जब हम इसकी बात कर रहे हैं सीपीआई की, तो सीपीआई के अंदर भी अगर आप देखोगे, अगर मैं एग्रीकल्चर लेबर और रूरल लेबर और इंडस्ट्रियल वर्कर की बात करूं, तो इट इज पब्लिश्ड बाय लेबर ब्यूरो which comes under Ministry of Labor and Employment, okay, clear, which comes under Ministry of Labor and Employment. बट अगर मैं बात करूं लास्ट 3 की, रूरल, अर्बन एंड कंबाइंड, so these are, you can say, compiled and published by which department? That is, can you tell me? National Statistic Office, which comes under which Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, so we called it MOSPI. Okay, यहां पर मैं थोड़ी सी आपको एक चीज और बताना चाहूंगा कि अगर आप पुराने क्वेश्चंस देखोगे तो वहां पर कभी कभार सीएसओ लिखा होगा, Central Statistic Office. Okay, so this was earlier NSO was known as CSO, but now its name has been changed, or you can say NSO has been created by merging NSO and that is CSO and NSSO. Okay, so this is what you have to remember. Like Akanksha Sahu is writing CSO was an old name, now it is NSO. Clear? क्लियर चंद्रशील, ऑल्दो अभी तक तो खैर आइटम्स नहीं पूछी, बट अगर आप ये देखोगे इसमें 200 आइटम्स हैं और उसमें 697 आइटम्स हैं, तो काफी गैप है. ओके, बट इतना जानते हैं कि यहां पर गुड्स है, ओके, होलसेल लेवल पे प्राइसेस लेते हैं, और यहां पर क्या है, आपके रिटेल लेवल है. क्लियर? सो दिस इज द थिंग. अगर आपको जानने हैं कौन सा आइटम है, तो मैं आपको दोबारा ये कहूंगा कि आप कॉन्टैक्ट कर लेना, मैं आपको लिस्ट दे दूंगा, सो यू कैन मग अप दोज लिस्ट. क्लियर? सी, इस एग्जाम में सबसे पहले आपको रेलिवेंसी पता होना चाहिए, क्या क्या रेलिवेंट टॉपिक्स है. ओके, अल्टीमेटली अगर आप इररिलेवेंट टॉपिक्स की तरफ पढ़ोगे तो आई कैन टीच यू, मेरे को कोई लिस्ट बताने में कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है. ओके, उसमें कोई लॉजिक नहीं है. क्लियर? नेक्स्ट, ओके, दे दूंगा, फिर आप याद भी नहीं कर पाओगे इतनी लंबी लिस्ट. तो यूपीएससी को भी पता है कोई जीके का एग्जाम नहीं है यार ये. ओके, नेक्स्ट, डेफिनेटली आई वुड लाइक टू टॉक टू यू, तो आप नंबर ले लेना, बात करेंगे आपसे. ठीक है. नेक्स्ट अगर बात करी जाए तो अगर बेस ईयर देखें, हम इसका बेस ईयर देखें, तो पहली बात आपको ये देखना होगा कि ये सारे के सारे डेटा मंथली बेसिस पे पब्लिश होते हैं. ओके, तो मंथली आप देखोगे हर महीने डब्ल्यूपीआई सीपीआई का डेटा आपको मिलेगा. ओके, हर महीने डब्ल्यूपीआई और सीपीआई का डेटा आपको मिलेगा, पहली बात. दूसरी बात, इसमें अगर आप बेस ईयर देखोगे तो जो लास्ट के 3 है, सीपीआई रूरल, सीपीआई अर्बन एंड सीपीआई कंबाइंड, इसका जो बेस ईयर है वो है 2012. ओके, वो है 2012. क्लियर? बट अगर मैं बात करूं सीपीआई एएल, आईडब्ल्यू एंड आरएल, तो इसका जो बेस ईयर है, ओके, इसका जो बेस ईयर है, तो अगर मैं उसके बेस ईयर की बात करूं, तो अगर मैं एएल और आरएल की बात करता हूं, for AL and RL, the base year is 86, 87. बट अगर मैं बात करूं IW की, सो अगेन बोल रहा हूं AL और RL का जो बेस ईयर है 86, 87 है, IW का है 2016. So this is what you have to remember. Clear? So I hope again it is clear to you. Okay, so this is about, you can say, now normally UPSC used to ask the difference between CPI and WPI. So can anyone tell me what is the difference? Normally UPSC used to ask a difference. So can anyone tell me what is the difference? Okay, तो अगर मैं डिफरेंस की बात करूं, ओके तो अगर मैं बात करूं डिफरेंस की तो सीपीआई के अंदर आइटम्स कम है ओके एज कंपेयर टू डब्ल्यूपीआई तो दिस इज द फर्स्ट डिफरेंस ओके सो सीपीआई के अंदर आइटम्स कम है एज कंपेयर टू डब्ल्यूपीआई नंबर 1 नंबर 2 सीपीआई talks about both goods and services WPI only talks about goods नंबर 3 सीपीआई के अंदर हमने फूड आइटम्स को ज्यादा वेटेज दी है WPI के अंदर हमने फूड आइटम्स को कम वेटेज दी है ओके तो दिस इज द थर्ड थिंग दैट यू हैव टू रिमेंबर नेक्स्ट अगर आप देखोगे जब हम बात करते हैं सीपीआई की तो सीपीआई में जो हम प्राइसेस लेते हैं वो हम लेते हैं कंज्यूमर लेवल पे ओके तो उस कंज्यूमर लेवल पे वी आल्सो इंक्लूड द प्राइसेस और यू कैन से इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस ओके सो वी इंक्लूड इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस सो दिस इज व्हाट यू हैव टू रिमेंबर क्लियर वेयर एज डब्ल्यूपीआई में आप इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस की बात नहीं करते और यू कैन से प्राइसेस आर एक्सक्लूडिंग इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस क्लियर नेक्स्ट अगर आप देखोगे जो महंगाई भत्ता जिसको हम बोलते हैं डियरनेस अलाउंसेस और डीए दैट इज डिसाइडेड ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ सीपीआई ओके वेयर एज डब्ल्यूपीआई हैज नो रोल इन दैट नेक्स्ट अगर आप देखोगे जो मेजर मैं देख रहा हूं आप लोग डिफरेंस भी लिख रहे हैं ओके आप लोग डिफरेंस भी लिख रहे हैं बट अल्टीमेटली देयर इज वन मोर इंपॉर्टेंट डिफरेंस मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी से वी आर टारगेटिंग हेडलाइन सीपीआई तो आपने देखा होगा 4 ± 2%. So this is the inflation we have to maintain with the help of monetary policy. Okay, so monetary policy has been given a target to maintain inflation in this range. Okay, so ultimately here if you see that inflation target is linked to CPI only, whereas WPI is not linked. So this is the last difference that you have to know. तो अगर आप पिछले 3, 4, 5 साल के पेपर देखोगे, so काफी सारे क्वेश्चंस आए आपके हर साल एटलीस्ट एक क्वेश्चन आ रहा है WPI और CPI से. Clear? So this is what you have to remember. Clear? See, बेस ईयर के ऊपर अगर आप बात करो तो बेस ईयर को चेंज करने की बात चल रही है. So there may be possibility by next year or you can say within next 2 years government will shift the base year. Clear? So that is what you have to know. Now this is what about your inflation topic. Okay. This is what you have to know about your inflation topic. Clear?